but Reynolds right there with his teammates way back.
We should be live now. So let me just go. Okay.
Reynolds able to get that demo on the back end, but Garrett G is still there to make a play on the ball. And NRG maintain the lead when we have 2 minutes left in regulation. Magic Bear had a look, but it's Reynolds up to the backboard. Fending off Justin.
Alright.
Squishy and Garrett both back.
We're now live.
The initial challenge that comes through for NRG. Justin's shot had to be dealt with by AJ.
Alright. First match of the day.
After they've put up 6 shots to only 1 out of Optic. Here's Garrett looking for a 7th, but this time Reynolds doesn't let that even become a shot. Justin and Squishy both up. It's Justin who takes over, looking for another, but this one just off the mark. Justin getting those flip resets in. Justin yesterday.
Alright, so Optic take game 1, but NRG with a minute left have lead in game 2. So, yeah.
Making it look very shaky on the Optic side as well. Just being able to get in front, causing havoc. He's looking for a bump on AJ. Does get the bump there. Chance here. Squishy plays the ball high. Magic Bear though has a good read, but Optic feel trapped in their own box stacks. It feels like they can't break out. That possession feels like it's at easily 80-20 in favor of NRG. Surprising that it's still only a 1-0 scoreline. AJ trying to take this out of the corner. Garrett got the demo on Magic Bear, but that stopped his momentum, and that kind of gave Optic a window to escape the zone. Magic Bear back in the play. His flick is well high. Squishy leaves that for Garrett. Looked a little more dangerous than it was in reality, and AJ nowhere near the mark as that one's high, but the demolition coming through on Justin. And finally, Garrett can bomb this away and force Magic Bear to make a save. 10 seconds remain now as NRG nurses a 1-goal lead. A 1-goal victory for Optic in the opener. Can NRG tie this series, or does Optic have some last-second heroics? Reynolds popping up. Justin's there. They're at his mercy, and Magic Bear couldn't keep
Alright,
it in the air.
NRG take game 2.
NRG ties the series. 2 1-goal games so far in the series. This one, though, only a single goal scored out of the 7 shots NRG took. But the big point here is Optic Gaming only getting a single shot out. Of course, everyone's going to take a big look at Magic Bear's points as well, because, again, it just felt like, again, that midfield and defense was primarily the gameplay Optic was playing. It just felt like they were, NRG had set the tone early, and Optic was just trying to match that and look for opportunities around it, but the opportunities just weren't coming. NRG was quick to get onto the ball and deny them before they became too dangerous. Yeah, everybody can look at Magic Bear, and then they also see Squishy out there, also with a pack of donuts there, only 96 game score as well. Look,
What's up? What's up? How's it going?
Much to be done with how Justin was.
I'm great. I am great.
That game, I think you kind of chalk it up to a bit of an outlier. Let's put it that way, as we get ready for Game 3 on DFH Stadium.
I'm feeling fantastic. Watching the Rlcs, it's great. Streaming is also great, because I haven't done much of anything for YouTube in a while. It's been about 2 weeks since I really made a video. I've wanted to make a video, but every time I did, there's just something been in the way of it. Or the video just wasn't good enough. I haven't streamed since the closed qualifiers this past weekend. Or last weekend. So, I would love to get more videos out. Hopefully I get one out later this week or so.
Beautiful shot there, Magic Bears. We got things kicked off. Justin, though, quick shot there. And NRG, I was going to say they were going to get that pressure early, but a big whiff from Squishy, and Optic will take possession here of this ball. AJ trying to slow down Garrett G, but Garrett G pushes right through him. Magic Bear last back here, has to buy some time. Garrett looking for a bump on him, but also is going to get that ball away from Reynolds. Doesn't want Optic to have too much of control here at all, but here he goes. We're picking up where we left off. Optic stuck in the back end. AJ downfield, netward, and met by Garrett G.
Loose ball for Justin with Squishy running forward after one demo, looking for another. And Justin
They got a piece
couldn't
of that.
put one on target, but boy, he's still involved.
Yeah, I've tried to make prediction videos, but the guy that makes the predictions list has like a lot of errors. It's been happening with like not his fault. It happens. But by the time the predictions even get out in general to make a video and get it edited and then uploaded, it's not like it will have a lot of time for people to like
A lot of game left, and this game is still tied up.
watch it before the actual thing starts. I mean, I guess to be fair, people might watch it after because I still get like 50 views or so after the RLS even starts.
But they have to remain consistent
But
in this particular match.
yeah, I want to make prediction videos because those are currently the best ones on my channel
On that ball,
at the current moment.
NRG
They perform the best.
for that mistake from Optic Gaming.
Reynolds, huge demolition to take out Squishy. That might set NRG back defensively a little bit. He's back in the play though. This will.
But yeah, that's the plan. Hopefully I'll get one for the Europe regional.
Squishy, but he had to take that himself, and AJ
We still gotta wait for the closed qualifiers that end tonight. No, tomorrow for it closed.
at the back as he usually is. This kicks back out as Squishy got it away from Reynolds. Quick reflexes there as the ball kind of accidentally found him. And this will fall right to Magic Bear. Chance for
Anyways,
him to create.
what'd you think about yesterday? G2 going home out of top 8?
Coming as Justin clears it away.
And you see Magic Bear, you know, he gets that flip reset.
Getting reverse swept out of the tournament? Being one of the best teams in NA, but they get reverse swept? To be fair, they did have a rough bracket.
He's trying to get that to set up his teammates, but NRG are just sitting there. They let him have control. They let him use a ball.
Yeah, I mean, if Energy play like they did yesterday, they could definitely make finals.
Good speed there from AJ to get the save. And Optic will try to move downfield. Space for Reynolds. He can use it well. But
I think they can make finals. I personally want Optic to beat them here
Having to,
because that increases their chances of making the major, which is definitely something I want
well, he
because I'm an Optic fan.
miscue there. Couldn't bail him out.
And yeah.
Squishy indirect for Garrett G. Captain America makes it 1-0.
But Optic does look very... Optic looks so, like, they can't play defense.
Used it at the right time to get it past Reynolds. AJ was in a
Well, they can play defense, but, like,
it's a free left side of the net for Garrett.
if it goes around one of them, they look awkward, like they don't know how to, like, rework that. Like, they plan to get that first hit.
Second game in a row. One was all they needed in game 2. AJ met by Justin, well defended. AJ going after Squishy as well. Magic Bear's effort sent away by Garrett G. Everybody recovers now. And
Yeah, but Energy can definitely make the finals, for sure.
Magic Bear won't get to this as Justin had one last touch to send it all the way back to Reynolds. And Reynolds inviting
It-
Squishy in.
Well, I don't know. They might not be Furia.
Off the field. Then right back in to challenge Justin, and that little nudge.
Yeah, Fate or SSG Energy.
AJ trying to get past Garrett. Garrett with a solid read of the
I
ball.
think...
It's demoed. Squishy won't be able to put a shot on. Justin gets a free look.
Dude, what is happening?
NRG
I think...
All the physical play, and they forgot one guy.
I feel like it's going to be difficult for both those teams. I think SSG has a high chance of beating FaZe, but I think NRG might lose to Furia.
has 6 shots this game.
Because Furia also looked amazing yesterday.
My goodness, what a performance. But this one,
AJ, what a
Magic Bear.
setup! Oh,
And that's if Energy gets past Optic.
look at this setup from AJ, getting Magic Bear on the board.
What a setup.
Touch. Oh,
Alright, a minute and 13 left, and Optic have half the lead. They really got to win this, because that's going to give huge momentum for Energy if they win 2 in a row after losing the first one.
Here in this game, but they got to race against the clock. A minute 10 to go. Can they surge late? AJ trying to do it. AJ
Wow.
scores.
Um,
Optic tie it up.
all of a sudden, the game turned on.
nah, I don't think V1 are going to make major.
Like that.
I like V1,
Justin's not there.
but I don't think they're going to make major. They didn't make a roster move, and like most of all of your other teams, like G2, best team last season, they're not even here in top 8.
There,
Like,
towards the end,
Gen G.
to the net. AJ had that lined up, went for the bump on Squishy as well.
Yeah.
He just had every possible option.
I want Optic to win, but I believe it will most likely go in favor of Energy.
As Optic now have equalized, and this game just got a whole lot
As much as I hate to say that, I like Optic. I'm a huge Optic fan, but Optic just haven't played where they need to be.
All over the place. And finally, AJ will try and settle things down. Bring one into the corner. Squish
Yeah.
that with just over 30
I feel like Optic are also the momentum-based team, so I think 4-2 will makes a little sense, or makes a decent amount of sense too. Because I think if like whoever gets the third match, it's just like it's gonna be over for them, for the other team. Dude. I mean, yeah. But they just look so awkward on defense. It's so annoying.
Yeah, backflip for Magic Bear. Also only had 36 boost. Was stuck in no man's land. And man, that has to hurt.
Down to 15 seconds. Quickly ahead towards AJ. Optic trying to feed the hot hand. AJ jumps in. Reynolds was there as well. Not the best pass. 5 seconds left. That goes off to the corner. Last call now for Optic here in game 3. Reynolds running forward. Nudges Squishy out of the way. AJ, can he keep it in the air? He can. And that touches the corner. Magic Bear got to create here. And Justin swats it away. NRG take the lead in the series.
Yep, NRG up 2-1, unfortunately. I think SG faced Gen G, Optic, and G2. I don't know. If G2 don't make next regional, they're out. They have to make. I think they have to make a top 4 run to have a chance of making major, right? Because they made top 4 last regional, and then they're not even top 8 here. So I think they have to make a top 4 run, and that's like if certain things go their way. SSG, I'm confident in making. FaZe is 100% gonna make it. Gen G can make it unless they just troll last regional. Because I mean, I feel like it's gonna be hard for them to beat FaZe. If they beat FaZe here, I'm confident they're gonna win. They're gonna go to the major. Optic's questionable. I don't know about Optic. I think Optic might not make major. As sad as it is. But I don't know, I don't see it. They just look so inconsistent at some points. It just doesn't make sense. Like they have so much like offensive pressure going, and then they just give up a goal, and then it's just like they can't even get out of their own half. Like first game, they look so good. They play so aggressive. Second game, they immediately lose. Yeah, they did have tough matches. I mean, to be fair, they kept it close against Furia. They almost beat Furia. They went to a game 5 overtime. They lost. It happens. Furia's really good. They're playing great. And they go up against Space Station. Space Station also look pretty good. I think that was more expected. I think it also went to a game 5. It makes sense. Gen G, however, runner-ups. They're good. I don't think they're as good as G2 should have played. I think the fault was in favor of G2. Because, like, G2, I feel like if they were playing like they were usually playing, like they have been playing against Furia last season, earlier this season, they would beat Gen G there. Like, I'm confident in saying they would beat Gen G there. They just looked a little boost starved. I think that's something I was noticing. I think if Furia make a run here, they're gonna make major for sure. Furia, I think Furia's first regional was just them getting used to the region. But I think now they're confident in the region. They're ready to go. They feel great. So I think now is the time when they're actually going to make their run. And I feel Furia. It's either gonna be Furia or Optic, in my opinion. Furia or Optic. I think SSG, FaZe, and Gen G. I'm a little on the. It depends with Gen G. Depends how they make the runs, because they make some really scary runs sometimes. Gen G is like in the middle of it, but I don't think they're gonna really like be replaced by anybody or like a confirmed replacement. I think FaZe and SG confirm make it, unless they just have like a top 16 run. That's it. They get like 16th place. V1 could possibly upset Furia. I mean, yeah, maybe. I still think Furia, if they play like they did yesterday, they look better. V1, I don't know what it's been. They just haven't looked like themselves. I mean, they went to a round 5 yesterday. I didn't get to watch a lot, so I don't really know exactly like performance-wise, but from previous like placements and overall performance in like other regionals, other Swisses, major. I think V1 is a major team. That's me. I think they're a major team. Or a LAN team, I should say. I think they play better online. And I think that was the same with the old SSG with Reddles on the team.
As well as just being able to interrupt the pace of flow for NRG. But if everybody's on and they're locked in, you can start
But
seeing more success.
yeah, I think G2 plays pretty normal. I think they just had a rough Swiss last night, and
Magic Bear there as well. I don't know what in the world happened there, but NRG looking to capitalize on AJ.
yeah,
Will pop that
FaZe
Squishy
is FaZe.
ball down where he wanted. And
FaZe doesn't lose. That's just something that everyone knows now. FaZe just doesn't lose, no matter who they have on the roster. I think their original FaZe was eh. I don't think they were bad. I think getting rid of Gyro was a good choice. I think. I mean, they look great right now. This is the best they've looked with Mist. I think they're a major winning team. For sure. Unless they sell a major, which I don't. I don't know. SSG, yeah. I'd say debatable. It depends on how they're feeling that day. Because like yesterday, last region they looked dominant. Yesterday, however, they looked dominant as well, but like they didn't look as crazy as they have been. I mean, they lose to Jinji in the first regional, which it makes sense. But like, because Jinji is a great team, but like, yeah. Yeah, FaZe just FaZe. I don't know. I think they're a good top 8. I don't know about top 5. I mean, maybe. Because honestly, a couple like in EU, you have like who's your normal ones in EU? I think Oxygen are definitely a top 5 team. I think they look great. They look so good right now. Oxygen is definitely a good team. I think Quadrant's a top 10 team. I don't think they're a top 5 or top 8 team, but like they're definitely there. They have the possibility to be a better team as time goes on and improve with the team. I mean, beating BDS in the first regional, like really as a team, is crazy. Not to mention that's the world champion team. Yeah, Furia is looking good. But I mean against G2 though, I think that's the main problem. G2 didn't even make it, and they almost got reverse swept by them. So it's just like kind of scary. They luckily clutched up in the last game that they needed, but almost getting reverse swept is not something you want to see from my team. Well, I mean, like it happens, it happens, whatever. But like definitely not something you want to see. Nice, optics looking good now. Yeah, I don't know what happened with them. BDS just kind of dropped out early. I mean, Quadrant played great that series, and then I don't know what happened after that. They played a phenomenal series against BDS, make themselves look like one of the best in the world, beating the world champions, and then all of a sudden they just go out 4-0 to Oxygen. Which yes, Oxygen were the regional winners, makes sense, but like, it's still kind of feels like there should have been a little bit more of a competition there. At least a 4-2, 4-1. At least getting a game or two. I don't really know how close the games were, but I just know it was a sweep. So, could have been better, but it happens. I'm happy for Oxygen. I think Oxygen's definitely going to be my team for the EU region. Maybe Quadrant as well. Yeah, Oxygen looked great. I'm actually so happy. Like, for the organization in whole, they've cross-regioned. They've went cross-region twice. Went from EU to NA, back to EU. And then now they're finally getting something. Finally winning. Or finally have like a good roster. And like they had a decent roster like last season with, Gimmick, who was it? Gimmick, LJ, and Toasty. And they still that roster still looks okay with Accelerate, but whatever. But I'm actually happy for Oxygen. It feels great, and that roster is looking good. Archie, Oli, Jorius.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted to see. And again, looking at Optic as a whole, everybody getting involved here on the plays. it just felt like even for NRG when they got those clears, I was so
And same with like, hold on, I want to talk about.
on the defensive end.
Well, I don't know.
It just did not
I
work
feel like
out for them at all.
Tundra
Not being able to
with Quadrant are gonna look good. I think Tundra is gonna be one of those teams that might not make top 8 every time.
always going to be a
But Tundra is a pretty good team. Quadrant, I think they're gonna be a pretty consistent top 8 team.
timeout, like you said, proved to
I think that's pretty much it though. I think Quadrant, they have to improve a little bit more before they start making majors. I think they're definitely a major making team. Like BDS major making team, unless they keep playing like they have been, which not good. Oxygen, I am confident with saying they're gonna make the major, unless they get a solo rerun, which I don't see happening, considering that they went up against the best of the best and won the whole thing. So I mean, yeah.
This Optica's plan is if someone lit a fire under them, and how long can that fire continue to burn? And for NRG, with a strong start for them, can they reclaim control of this series? Big time game 5 here as Garrett G starts us off with the first shot of the game.
AJ up ahead, deflected, and Magic Bear is right there. Magic Bear a lot more involved in the offense now, but again, all eyes have to be on AJ for NRG.
Oh, this is a pretty close series.
AJ's there.
I wanted to go to a game 7. Well, I don't know. I'll have to win, but
And Justin
if NRG win, I want it to at least go to a game 7.
goes well past Magic Bear. And AJ and Rlcs have another unfortunate
I don't know what's happening with him. Optic just have so many double commits.
The midfield bump here between AJ and Reynolds, you can even see it right there. Justin has a clear lane. No
Riddles tries to go for so many cutoffs. I mean, I understand it, but like,
big mistake there from Optic game.
it's not the right play. Like every time he goes up for it and then he tries to go back and then cut it off.
Is there enough ball on the field to go around between Reynolds and AJ? And that time, they both got caught. Same place, same time. Here's AJ looking for more. As Reynolds trying to interfere with Garrett. Couldn't do enough in the net. Now Squishy to take over. Garrett G will back out and let Squishy do what Squishy does. Pressure, pester Optic. Garrett will dance around Magic Bear. And an opportunity here denied by AJ. And does Justin have this read? He sure does. Well, he almost did.
Yeah.
It looked for a moment like he had that all sized up. And it was like, yeah, well, you know, it's Justin. It's what he does.
Very ambitious touch from Justin. That's
Not
for
the
sure.
best touch from
Maybe
AJ.
here, the quick play.
Oh.
He got a piece of it, but it was
Reynolds can do something here, please.
Squishy denies it though. Gets it quickly before Reynolds can put the
Yeah,
shot on.
it happens.
A quick counter
Okay.
chance here for Optic, but NRG gets back in
Huge.
time to
Nah.
deny.
That was a clever setup by AJ, dropping one down to Magic Bear, but now it's Justin. Play away from AJ. Kind of a wise move. Rather on either end of the field. Get the ball away from AJ as often as you can. Reynolds playing one forward. AJ there to challenge, and Garrett G made it look easy. Here goes Justin. Speaking of who you have to stop if you're Optic. They do this time with Magic Bear denying him. And can Magic Bear get a piece of Garrett G? He's chasing him to the back wall. They can't do anything with that once the ball gets there as Garrett G repels that away.
Yeah, I mean, for NRG, a lot of their earlier, style, they would just come in and, you would see those quick challenges from them. They'd be so quick to the ball, but Optic now going on that more demo-focused approach has made it so much tougher for NRG to be able to do that. That's not the best touch. AJ, that's a high ball. Garrett gets a piece of it. Magic Bear's read is off.
I mean, they have good pressure, but like they just can't really get anything going here.
Way back and take that corner boost with AJ working from the back line as well. He's got midfield though. AJ looking to center, and Garrett G make sure it doesn't get there. And
I feel like they're not really going for those like unexpected passes. They're kind of just going for like really basic like backboard hit. Try to let your teammate do something else. I mean, maybe they're not in the right position to do something. Makes sense, but like
AJ off the corner, roller right at Squishy, unfazed by it, and here we go. Squishy muffins through the air, over one, and Reynolds with the save.
It's a double commit, though. AJ has to race there, looking for that infield pass to Reynolds. Reynolds puts the shot on.
I didn't know anyone was
Garrett
back.
gets there in time. I think Garrett gets that boost, though.
Double demo.
Yeah, double demo on that play. And Magic Bear
Still nothing.
take that ball. It will get sent back into the Optic end. They're trying to work on these counterattacks here, Stacks, but every time they think they've got it, NRG is always in the way.
Well, NRG making that very complicated for Optic at the back. Garrett G takes over. Optic going to be kind of kicking themselves. They had only one NRG player on the field for a brief moment and could not take advantage. AJ at Squishy and Justin. Garrett, last line of defense, makes the save, and he's around Magic Bear.
And there's no one back.
Potentially for NRG.
Never mind.
With the save right at the last possible moment.
What a stop there. Reynolds has to dodge the demo, and Garrett is lining up this 50 to go into
They gotta go now, though. That demo is really not gonna help.
bodying the green wall there. Less than a minute, 30 seconds left here. NRG are trying to choke out Optic Gaming, and Optic are doing their best to break out of this hold. Big challenge here. AJ, though, gets the stop, but Optic, that momentum, that
They're kind of all like together. They're not organized. You know, they're just kind of all going for it, all rushing in, and then they're like, they're just not right where they need to be, and they just don't get the good touches. They completely whiff. Everyone's faster than them. It's not clean at all.
Even a second is enough time, as we learned during the fall open. Reynolds is not going to get to this. AJ out of the corner, had the angle,
All right,
but Justin
NRG.
as well. And that will do it for Game 5. NRG, one win away from reaching the semifinals. What a turnaround it has been here in the fall split.
It has been
All right, NRG on match point. Optic gotta bring it back and then win again.
they just look different.
Oh, they're nowhere close to their full potential. I don't know what's happening.
And there were so many conversations and questions.
They just don't play like a top team. In my opinion, they're good, right? They're good and they can make plays, but they make so many moves that I feel like bubble scene teams make.
That being said,
I think they're just the better bubble scene players.
to the margin. It's close. NRG are a match point, but we're going to Neo.
Optic makes so many mistakes. Like, so many mistakes that should not happen.
Absolutely, Neo Tokyo, where all the
It doesn't make sense.
here in North America, and you have
The bump in midfield from AJ and Rlcs.
their sleeve, gonna save their best.
Rlcs kind of just wants to cut off everything. Don't feel like that's a great play to do every single time. It's really predicted. I feel like faking could be nice, but
Now they've
yeah.
got to recover with just that minute. Neo Tokyo, brought to you by Bob's Ramen. Here we go. Can NRG move on to the
Yeah, they definitely don't click yet.
or will we have a date on Champions Field?
First chance there. Squishy trying to start things off hot here for NRG. Justin looking to get that back into the midfield, but Magic Bear there to slow things down.
Yeah, the defense has come rough. Their midfield pressure as well.
They know what they need to do.
They make like a lot of mistakes in midfield. They are all kind of clumped together. I mean, defense, yeah, major thing they need to fix. That's like the worst part of their whole play style. It doesn't make any sense on why there should be this many mistakes.
Oh, drop down here. Magic Bear is up to send this.
Let's see.
Down, but Justin's there, and then Reynolds and AJ again, another double commit.
That's something else. Double commits.
He didn't get the corner boost. He left that for AJ. At least they're on the same page in that aspect. But man,
Double commits are so rough, and then they just continue to do it.
Reynolds and AJ, same place, same time,
And
same ball.
they kind of get a play, and then not really anyone
So often, Reynolds
is there.
denied
Good save from Justin though.
barely. And now Garrett
And then they go for stuff
the defense, and Magic Bear's
that
gonna have something
is like,
around Garrett G.
Almost a chance there
I don't
for
know.
NRG again.
They kind of rush into stuff and don't give time to like.
Biggest
I
thing
mean,
to look out for
I guess it was probably smart to go there
challenges, but
before anyone else got there.
seeing some of these players, how much boost they have when they're on the ball. Again, time and time again. We even saw it last.
But like with NRG, they have so much like offensive prep. Like, look at that.
Wait a second. Gets through. Thought that could have been a scoring chance, but it will not be the case. A big win for Magic Bear, but he ends up getting it.
Good
to
save from
Reynolds.
Justin.
Reynolds puts that right in front of Justin.
See, that's what they need to do. They need to make more passing plays like that because those were perfect. Those worked. It didn't go in, but it was close.
Optic have looked
It's the most like clean offensive pressure I think they've had this whole
kept NRG on the
series.
scoreboard. Magic Bear with Reynolds ahead again, stealing boost. Magic Bear's shot is denied by
See, Red Rlcs kind of go for those like cutoff plays. I feel like if he goes for a couple demos, throw them off. Like, if you play like he did with Space Station, and kind of be more of the... I think the main problem is they're not playing like aggressive, because I'm pretty sure in the accrue tourney, they were a very aggressive team. They were going for demos. They had a lot of stuff going for them. Good cut from Rlcs. I think they'll be there. I don't think it'll be this split. I think it probably later towards the end of the season when they start clicking and become like a top team. Like an official top team. Like they're a top team right now. But in my opinion, they're like maybe a top 8. Top 6. I don't think they're a top 5. They make too many mistakes to be a clean top 5. Ooh, nice. Yeah. Unless they beat Energy here, I mean, it's rough. But they got to get something going. And just like they get beat so much. That was a good setup for Magic Bear. Rlcs, please. Nice, AJ. A minute left. Optic. Take the lead. Oh my god. Thank God. Huge. Possibly a game 7 indeed.
Magic Bear in the vicinity of AJ. Set it up for Magic again, but no, Justin with the clear. And Squishy way downfield, and that's going to force Optic to kind of keep that in the back of their mind.
I will say that the one thing that Optic is good at is their mentality is actually decent. I mean, I've been saying that I think they're going to be a more mentality-based team, but they're actually, like, their mentality is good. Because they seem to be able to recover when they need to after losing a game, going down, losing in the series. They'll come back, right? And look pretty good. And they might even come back in the game. I think they have done that. I think they might have lost, but they did come back in the game. It was like game 2, or it might have been last game. I'm not actually sure. But still, I mean, they look decent with the mentality. Nice. Game 7, Optic NRG. Let's go. It's great. Game 7, Optic NRG. Let's see. Who wins this? This is huge. NRG have to win this because they didn't make top 8 last regional. Or did they? I don't think they did. I think they went out like 2-3 or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. But anyways, yeah. Finally, Game 7. Oh, yeah, I mean, for the reason, has there even been a Game 7 this season? I don't think there has. I think it's been like 4-2s at most. Anyways, yeah. Let's see. Energy to win this, because I don't think they made top 8 last regional, and they're like top 11 in points.
The competition is so much tougher, and even now, you could not tell me which team has the edge going into this game 7. We just gotta wait till we get on the field.
Energy win 2-0. Interesting prediction. I think it'll be a little closer. I think it'll be like I think it might be 2-1 overtime. I think I'm going with the 2-1 overtime. 2-1 OT.
Getting stuck with NRG in the first round because maybe a missed shot here or a missed opportunity there. Everything comes down to this now. The spotlight shines on Champions Field for Optic Gaming and NRG. Again, lots of heavyweights here, battling for 3 very, very valuable points. Game 7 is underway.
Both these teams gotta need it though. Energy need it more,
Will be able to handle
technically,
this high
and
pressure moment
point wise. But
as the journey to Rotterdam continues.
I think Optic need it more in favor of overall consistency.
But it's one game at a time, one series at a time. And Optic Gaming have fought back.
Almost an open net.
Served their right here, at least in this series.
Good start though.
Feel
Cutting them out.
stage.
Their defense not looking too good on energy. But
It's Magic Bear to
well, I guess it could have been a fake. Ooh, what a pinch.
who's been relatively quiet since the Optic timeout.
Good fake.
Here goes Justin.
Another good fake, but it didn't work.
Good luck. Squishy now taking charge. Magic Bear's all over that attempt. Now Garrett. Rudely met by AJ.
Like double commits are crazy.
Separate there. As Squishy dropped one down for Garrett G, and he pushed it well wide. Can he bring it back in front? He can. And that's again kind of the new look NRG, a little more advanced tactically on offense, doing a little bit extra rather than just blindly throwing it at the net and hoping something good happens, like Magic Bear does here, and Garrett's got the save.
Yeah, you saw Optic on that drive. They just said, we're going to sit back.
Oh,
and let our
definitely
G
need a touch from AJ.
And then we're going to hit him with a hard counter. The one from Magic Bear kind of lacked a little bit of firepower. And NRG was able to get a good save out. But this one, so tense. Each person waiting for their moment. Will it be AJ? Puts a shot on. Follow from Magic Bear. Blocked off. NRG. Wall on the defensive end. Garrett G already has 3 saves as we hit that 2-minute mark in game 7.
It's so nerve-wracking.
5-0 in favor of Optic. And you know what? It's a pretty effective strategy. Reynolds off the corner.
Oh my god, and still could not get that in.
Guess and he guessed right, but they're not out of the woods yet. Reynolds, leave it for Magic Bear. His shot denied by Justin.
They're doing pretty good on offense though.
What a save, though, from Garrett G. I don't know how he was able to guess where that ball was going to go, but he did.
Optic are definitely keeping pressure up right now.
For sure, but we are still tied up here in game 7.
Definitely what they need. They're going for demos.
Defense down.
Breaking the defense down is like huge. Because energy is pretty defensive.
And let Magic Bear and AJ work. AJ had that deflected away by Justin. Here's Reynolds forward again, trying to run interference, and he almost got Squishy. Magic Bear now denied by Garrett G, and Justin has that just out in front of AJ. Reynolds
Yeah.
was looking for
Energy is like a defensive team. They like stay on defense and then kind of go for the counterattacks and then it works. Oh my.
Justin with that
Insane save
forces 2 up from
for one.
again pass.
2.
AJ has been there.
Nice like pass play from Optic.
Even though it's only 1 save,
Definitely what you want to see.
falls right in front of the goal line.
And then everyone just commits on
It does
defense.
feel like both teams have had equal amounts of opportunities here. Justin will get that clear out. NRG, I say that, they got 8 saves here in this game 7. Optic have been throwing everything at them.
Optic have turned it up to 11 here. Now with 90 seconds left. Reynolds running forward, but it's Garrett G bringing it back the other way.
Uh-oh.
And AJ made
And it worked.
bad, but he cleaned it up.
Reynolds is looking.
Simulated danger, Daz, only for entertainment purposes.
I don't know. This might be a 1-0 game.
Again, as time ticks down, these drives get a lot more tense. We've got a minute to go in game 7. Who is going to get that goal to end the series?
Good fake from Reynolds.
Had it go by. Couldn't get back to that corner boost. Squishy took it and then took Reynolds off the field. Optic has kind of made a mess of this, but Magic Bear, cool-handed at the back. Got by Squishy, so
Oh my god, this is terrifying.
what can he do with this? Wave dash to get forward, but he couldn't take that midfield boost. Reynolds did. What can he do with that as Garrett continues to press forward? Magic Bear is downfield. And
Oh my god.
RG rushing back with Squishy.
These redirects are looking nice from Optic.
But it's Magic Bear throwing one ahead. I mean, both teams have had a player forward well ahead of the play. So often, you're just waiting for one demo to open things up. And it would be
But energy just reads everything.
into the semifinals. It could be NRG here. It's Justin with 8 seconds left from the heavens, and then he has to back out of
OT.
play. And it looks like we are headed for overtime unless Justin Justin has something up his sleeve. He's got it down for Garrett, and Reynolds is going to keep this up. Okay, Optic, chance here. No,
All right, let's see it. Let's see it.
our first game 7 of North America. Why not?
Oh, I called the OT. Just different scoreboard. Get pass back.
NRG have been trying to match their pace. They haven't had the offense we've seen from them all series. It's been a lot slower here from them. But AJ gets shut down before he can create too much damage. Magic Bear last back, and Justin is going to sail that. Squishy leaves it for him to go get boost. This is beyond tense here.
That one developing just a little too slowly for NRG, but now here comes Garrett G.
Dude.
He bullies his way through. Garrett G.
Oh my God.
Captain America strikes again.
The defense. The defense.
He forces that one through. And you said it's
Well, it happens. Optic, they have so much to work on defense. That's their main problem. They get outbeat so much.
All right, Daz, tell me how you really feel. Oh my goodness, and yeah, what a reaction out of Garrett G. You think he doesn't want this? My gosh. He adds his 3rd goal of the series, none bigger than that one right there. The
NRG top 4, they're finally making a run. That right there
oh my God.
was like,
series and puts NRG in
that was the end of the series. They just had to score that.
a long journey has, I don't want to say reached its conclusion. Look, it's a long season and there's still so much ahead, but look at Garrett G. That has been a long, long time coming as NRG moves to the semis.
They didn't see the camera. I did the same thing. Yeah.
You did.
You're right.
Yep, area of you win next.
Got 3 more quarterfinals to go. That's just the appetizer. More RLCS North America Fall Cup coming your way right after this.
Alright. Well, it was close, but in the end, Optic could not take it. I think they had so many opportunities, but they kind of gave it up. I think that their defense, they got to work on that so much. Their defense is just not, it's not good. They give up so much stuff from like the dumbest things. Because Rlcs wants to cut off his team a lot. Like, not in a bad way, he just wants to just try to outplay the other team. But like, he kind of cuts them off, not thinking really about it. And then Magic Bear is good on offense, but I think his defense is just not where it is, and they're putting him like consistently on defense. Like, I think he is an offensive player. Well, interesting. Could have went a different way. I think it should have went a different way. But it does happen. 4-2, yeah, that's what people on the desk predicted. I think I'm gonna go a good 4. I'm gonna go 4-1. I think Furia will look good. Will like perform. If anything, I feel like this could be one of the unexpected, like, 4-0s. It just get it done quickly. I think everyone has Furia taken it here. Alright. So, let's look at this real quick. We have a drop. Yes. Alright. Let's look at this real quick. Okay. Here's the Fall Cup, by the way. Guess these are the open qualifiers. Vitality made it. Team Go. SK. Yeah. Alright, let's go to the NA Fall Cup. Let's go to rankings. Okay. So, with this win, I'm not sure if this is after. Is this already updated or not? I think it is. So since they take this, they're still behind Optic, which means now going here, Furia, same thing, Furia. They have to be Furia to get anywhere close up here. Which I'm assuming they're not going to be Furia. Let's see. G2 is out. G2 will probably drop a lot. FaZe is probably going to go like 3-0 in regionals. Space Station's doing pretty well. I think they'll beat Complexity. Version 1. I don't know. This is difficult. I mean, your top 3 right here. Alright, let's go look at your top 2. Gen.G, FaZe Clan. They're pretty consistent. I think they're facing each other today. So Gen.G have to win this if they want to get a good lead in this. These are only. This is like the World Championship. This isn't like actual like stuff. Anyways. Look at Secret down here. That's crazy. I think Secret's all the way down there. Not up in like number 1 or 2. Anyways, I'm getting off track. So, Gen.G win here today. I'm confident in saying they're going to make major. FaZe Clan, I'm also confident in saying they're going to make major. Gen.G could give it up if they lose today. I'm confident in saying it, but I'm confident in saying if they beat FaZe here, they're going to make major. For sure. What's up, Crypto? I'm confident with saying FaZe and Gen.G are pretty I feel like they'll make it. I feel like Gen.G won't throw that much. I might just curse it, but, you know, whatever. Space Station, I'm also pretty confident with them. I think the results are going to be pretty good. I mean, especially making all top 4s would be pretty good. I think they could make a final here. I'm not sure, though. I think if Gen.G did beat Space Station last time, like 4-2. It's weird. Because I feel like Space Station could be either one of these teams and then make it to the finals, which they need. It's whatever. G2. Okay. Optic won't pass them. Furia or version 1 will pass G2. So, either Furia will be number 4. Or version 1 will be number 4. And then Complexity and Energy. Optic is out, so they're going to remain at 14. Energy and Complexity, they have to get up. And it's starting back. Alright.
I'm feeling pretty great. As an NRG fan who's been supporting NRG since the very beginning. I remember even the last NA regional event when people were calling me a fraud because I said if Gen.G and Furia beat
FaZe, SSG, and semis? Maybe.
Team. Well, look at where we're at. I feel vindicated, one, but also I just love the fact that NRG lived up
Maybe.
to the expectations. They delivered this weekend, even through the
I don't know. Complexity is a good upset team. They could take it. I think Gen.G could take it as well. But I don't think it's going to happen. I think if there's going to be an upset here, it would be Complexity over Space Station. Gen.G's a good team. I don't think they're going to beat FaZe. They kept it close with the last regional, bringing it to like a game 6. But they looked better last regional, in my opinion. I'm not sure how they're going to play here, but if we're going to compare it to yesterday's performance, they're not beating FaZe for sure.
Who went 3-0, huge achievement for them. And getting top 4, massive.
I mean, yes, they did clutch up against G2, but like
They were ninth in points.
being a runner-up to a regional and then going round 5, almost being eliminated.
Look at that goal. Look at that man. Let's bring him in. Let's
Crazy.
talk to him. Garrett G on the broadcast with us, sir. Congratulations on a series well fought. Do those overtime, the Game 7 overtimes get easier as the years have gone on, or is it still intense every time?
No, they get with my old age. They're making my blood pressure go up too much, so I think they're getting harder, to be honest.
So Energy, there is no question. There's been a lot of doubters for the past, 4 to 5 months. Does that affect the team at all, or do you guys just try and buckle down and not read Reddit and not read Twitter, or does it affect you guys?
I can't really speak for my teammates, but for me, it did for a while, and it was kind of surprising, like how fast everyone bound together to root against us and farm Twitter impressions. Everyone in community, all the casters. But now I don't really care. Like because I don't really read it. Like I haven't been on the esports Reddit since like March, like because it made me just so it's like it's easy to say to a pro like I mean they're not pro, it doesn't matter. But when you see other people who are also like passionate about Rocket League just completely hating on you as soon as things go wrong, it's like it's pretty hard to not let it annoy you a little bit. But I honestly just don't read anything anymore. I have my notifications off on Twitter. I don't open esports Reddit. I haven't even been doing like content recently just because honestly like the community kind of feedback has made me just not want to just being completely honest, mess with the community that much at all. But yeah, it does affect me, so that's why I have to not read it at all.
It is remarkable how much, specifically NRG.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, there are some casters that are still NRG. James Bot.
You just recently played your 300th career RLCS match. You have been here a long time in this community. I mean,
Who else is there?
knows about you guys. The eyes are on
Daz.
you.
Dazrins also.
So I can understand why you didn't want to look outside, but
A
even
huge NRG fan.
internally, you guys must have felt so much pressure to perform, especially everyone having a world championship title.
But I think most of the casters did 100% switch up.
How much of
For
the
sure.
pressure that you guys have put on yourselves, that you're feeling externally, how much of that is relieved now, and how much do you still feel remains on your shoulders?
I think it relieves a lot of pressure because it kind of, I don't know if vindicates the right word, but kind of vindicates myself in my mind that like I don't just for a while I thought like I just don't know how to play the game anymore. Like I don't understand the meta. Like I don't know what to change. I play more just as much as everyone else, and I just can't do the things other people are doing. But I think I was overthinking. I think the way we've always been playing, just with some minor like tweaks and adjustments, has been what's best for us all along. And I think that kind of justifies how we're feeling, that we're not, we're not washed. Like people talk about age a lot, but it has to do with how much you play, and we all still are addicted to the game and play so much. So it's nice, and it's nice to prove everyone wrong, even if the run hasn't been like, we're not knocking off top 3 team. Well, I guess Gingy's second, so kind of. Yeah. But it feels pretty good.
And you guys also, you came into this season having Sis being your coach and manager, and then that obviously changed to come into.
I think Ebajani was a good choice, apparently.
What was the thought process behind obviously not changing the roster to come into this season, and then not changing the coach to then changing out, getting Epic Johnny in? What's that transition been like, and why was that decision made just after the first regional happened?
I mean, I think a change was needed. Out of respect, I'm not gonna like compare and contrast Sis and Epic Johnny. All I'll say though is that like Epic Johnny's a really smart player. He's been on the bubble for a while. He watches a lot of Rocket League, and I think he is good at like communicating what he thinks, and he's a pretty smart guy. But I'm not really gonna compare the two. I still love Sis. I still think he was a great coach. I think it's just very obvious that a change was needed. In terms of like leadership, like I think I had kind of fallen out of the role of like a leader, to be honest. Just over the countless losses, I think I kind of lost that motivation to be like, which is I'm kind of ragging on myself, but like, I think we were in need of a leader, and I think Johnny's stepping into that role well. But I'm not gonna compare it to. Sis is still a great coach, and I love the guy, one of my best friends, and I appreciate him, of course, over the past 3 years. I can't believe we're on the team for 3 years, to be honest. I like when he tweeted that, I was like shocked. Like I felt like I blinked. I was 16 and I'm 21, still playing the game. But anyways, yeah, Epic John's a great coach, and I'm happy to have him on the team.
Well, Garrett, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. And congratulations again on the victory in the quarterfinals. Good luck in the semis.
Thank you.
All right, so 1 quarterfinal down, 3 to go.
All right.
Here we see NRG.
That was it. That was only the first series. I don't feel like these will be as close, though. I think most of these will be more dominant.
A little bit later on. Right now is going to be all about Furia versus version 1. This is the one match when we were talking earlier. Everybody kind of went with Furia on this one, Gibbs, despite how strong version 1 has been maintaining themselves throughout the season.
Yeah, we always talk about version 1, and it has to rely on Beastman on the offensive side. But his offensive numbers so far throughout this tournament are not that great, but V1 is number 2 in offense right now. And a lot of that has to do when they played Optic. It's not even when they played the lower-end teams. They dominated Optic, scoring, I think it was like 4.5 goals per game. So version 1 has found some offense, and that is what they desperately need. Because there are times on the broadcast that we see them fall flat versus G2 when they can't get on the offensive side. When you're playing against Furia, who is a high offensive team, you need to be on the offensive side a lot, so Calm can then go for his demos. Beast Mode will have some space, but when V1 has to turtle, they look terrible at times. So that's going to be the main driving force here. V1 needs offensive pressure to get things done.
I mean, for Furia here, is there an X factor? I feel like this is a team that we all rate very highly, and the performance we saw for them yesterday just bolsters that opinion.
I mean, they're finally starting to get the respect that Jorby's been trying to force out of everybody, and as have the team, because they are one of the best teams in North America. They proved that ever since their performance back at Game of 8 when they managed to take that one, and they did a great job yesterday. They went 3-1 versus NRG, they 3-0'd Dignitas, and then they got that 3-2 versus G2, who then didn't end up making it, very unfortunately for them. Furia, I think they've just now got that scary factor. If we remember back to BDS in Europe and remember back to G2 and NRG when they had their big like moments, they had those scary factors, and that plays into the mental so much. I think Furia are really starting to get there.
They're intimidating on the field. They're intimidating off the field with the energy they bring as well. And I'm curious how intimidated Chad is. Let's get to the Verizon fan vote and see which way they're going on this one. Hashtag FUR, hashtag V1, depending on how you're feeling. So I'm going to start with you. We'll go down the line. Predictions, V1 or Furia?
I mean, Furia went, as I said, 3-0 yesterday, and V1, although Gibbs said that they dominated Optic, they went to 5, and then they just about scraped through a couple of teams that realistically they should just be beating outright. I think it's Furia for me, relatively handily, like a 70-30.
James?
You know, this is an interesting matchup to me. I think Furia is a team that has a lot of parallels to NRG and being a fast team that likes to play the aerial game. I think version 1, though, they have such a good demo and aggressive play style that it is going to be good against Furia. They're going to have to target Card, though, who has been an unstoppable presence on the goal line. He just blocks everything. But then you have Yan also going for the double taps, the flip resets. You saw that play that he hit on the top 3. That was against NRG. So I think if version 1 can play the body on Card and play the body on Yan, they're going to get the win here. I think that's what they're going to do. So put me down for version 1.
So this one's huge because when we look at the point standings, both these teams tied for 5th right now, 1 point behind G2 and NRG. So one of these teams will leapfrog into that 4th place spot, which is absolutely huge because, again, when we go into Regional 3, there's going to be 4 teams that tie for 5th again. So they might not need to play the tiebreakers or any of that. So absolutely huge series here, but I have to go Furia. I feel like they have looked better more times than not.
Yeah, I think Furia have looked a lot better as well.
And then when they're off stream, they've been playing better, but like I've been focusing on those on-stream matches, obviously. So I need to see more like out of V1. So right now I have to go Furia for that reason.
I think I'm also going to go with Furia on this one. We've seen just such a strength from the roster. I think everything you guys have all said why Furia is so strong here, but version 1 is absolutely a team we should not be sleeping on at all. Such a strong roster. They absolutely could play upset here. Don't disagree at all with James's pick there. Let's see what chat was feeling like on this one. Seen a lot of FUR in chat, and they're good. The Furia boys have earned some fans here. Gotta love it. You're pretty close there. Good job. I'm proud of you. Good job. All right, well, let's get down to the Verizon Skybox. We got Dazarin and Stax still still standing there for the call. Version 1 going up against Furia. Can one
All
of
right,
them play
I
off
see
the-
it. Series 2.
NRG in the semifinals. Let's find out now.
4-2 Furia. All right,
Well, Daz, these two
we'll
teams
see.
are gonna
I'm
have
confident. I think Furia will win too.
order trying to
I think V1 could play upset here,
just saw.
but I think I'm confident with saying Furia gonna take it
But we start over here
if they
on
play like they
field
did
night,
yesterday.
another
So
very point-worthy match in
Yeah.
the race for Rotterdam.
Yeah, that being said, though, I'm expecting a lot out of both of these teams. Version 1 trying to get back to, I'd say, being a team that we saw at the World Championship, you know, finishing into that top 8 spot, improving off of that. Meanwhile, Furia have been surging, again, trying to prove that the move to North America was the right choice. And another top 4 finish from them would also help here as well. So a lot to
Good
point
save from
for.
Card.
This is going to be a very physical and very aerial battle between these two.
And probably very high scoring. This is the second and third highest scoring offenses in the North American Fall Cup. And it's Calm getting
V1
the goal for
versus score.
V1.
Look at this Calm just sneaking in. Sees Torment. It's a great touch from Torment to get past 2 there. And all Calm has to do is do a good 50. Torment, though, with the heavy lifting, sets up Calm for that goal.
I think this could be definitely one of the ones that go by quickly.
V1 first.
One team could just destroy the other team. I feel like that might happen.
A lot of space until he finds Yan in his face. And now Card with Kaio waiting for a play, and Calm should have this. But Kaio there to challenge, and I think you're going to see something very, very different from what we saw in the previous series, Daz, because both these teams, they will play hyper-aggressive, and I mean, I don't think they really get worried if they concede a goal. Their goal is to just outscore the opposition rather than try and keep them off the board.
Exactly. Again, applying that pressure, getting physical, playing those 50s up in front is going to be huge here. But you got to stop that man as well, too. I mean, eyes are going to be on beast mode, of course, and on the other side of Furia, you're going to see Yan. But the Death made a good point. Card has been stepping up as well for Furia. He's been helping out in a lot of situations, just leveling up on that mechanic front. What will V1 do in order to combat that?
Calm with Card shadowing him deep into the corner. It's all the way out to beast mode. Been mostly version 1 so far, but here's Yan. Boy, he's an equalizer. Doesn't have one this time. Kaio, good challenge, but there is Calm again. Around Card, right at Yan. And Kaio away from Torment, trying to throw off V1. Again, it's just been a steady dose of offense out of version 1, who I think after the
V1's playing pretty well right now.
they kind of left some opportunities on the table, and they certainly left some valuable RLCS points on the board, and they're looking to rectify that here in the cup.
Both teams trying to push it to that next step. Again, that race for Rotterdam is going to continue on as the weekend does. And we've seen both these teams on the international stage. We know that they have their own claims to stake there, but it is about these head-to-head matchups that make a big difference.
Demo?
Furia have been trying to get into the offensive front, but the demos from version 1 have been so important in shutting down that offense. Calm has been a menace this game.
We're kind of starting to see maybe the old school Calm, who I don't know if he necessarily struck fear into the hearts of opponents, but he certainly made them look over their shoulder constantly as Beast Mode throws one forward. Card's got control to the backboard. Certainly gives you an extra aspect of the game to worry about when you've got Calm hunting for demos.
Yeah.
He's got one.
I don't really have anything to talk about. I mean, it's just kind of
It's just cycling through. Everybody's got to jump so early.
nothing much has happened until now.
Beast Mode makes it 2-0.
Version 1 looking good though to start.
Again, Calm here. He gets the bump on Card, messing up the aerial. He already got the dip on Kyle. Yan's last back, and it's just a free look for Beast Mode. Plays it right over the Furia superstar. And
V1 take game 1. I don't know. That's a good start though for V1.
Calm's been
I thought
involved
Furia
in
would come
all
out
these plays, and like I said,
and
he's
just
a
like
proponent in slowing down Furia in
play
this matchup.
really offensive.
Kaio
And score
shot
a lot.
inside by Torment right on the goal line. Calm with that, with his first goal, by the way, goes ahead of Torment for the team lead in goals in this tournament. They're both sitting on 17 apiece. All three players have double digits now, with Beast Mode scoring his 13th. Nobody has more than 9 for Furia. Beast Mode through the air, and Jan is right there. Of course, Furia only playing 3 rounds of Swiss. Version 1 having to go the distance. They survived that Swiss chaos. Jan,
All right, there it is. 58 seconds left, and Furia
Jan scores.
take a goal and cut the lead in half. They can come back in this. Gonna do a kickoff here. They could have a kickoff goal plus a lot more pressure after that, and then possibly even take game with an upset comeback. This is a good start.
Seeing goals scored in bunches today. Not this time.
Not quite.
Beast Mode coming to the rescue.
Tien.
Was there as well. Jan sails one high. There's another demolition. Now Furia giving version 1 a dose of the medicine.
Probably should go for the pass here.
Indirect back towards the net, and Torment not bothered by it at all.
Kaya.
Kaio's got to slow things down, and Calm not willing to afford him that time.
30 seconds left.
Jan after the demo by Card, met by Beast Mode as we go inside 30.
Still a chance here. Kikayo launches a double. No, Calm is able to clear that out. And yeah,
They gotta get something going here. 20 seconds.
He has to get through this V1 team that can make defensive stands. This ball played out. Beast Mode, a beautiful cut there. Fury is still trying to find a way out. Yan, not the best touch, gives it to Kaio. Does get that mid boost. Beast Mode trying to stop the play. Yan comes in to get involved. Card able to play this high. Beast Mode.
I don't really know what the play was. All right, V1 1-0 in the series.
Just another 1-goal game in North America. The field is that tight.
Good start for Version 1. Furia definitely could have came back in that. I think.
Early goals out of Calm and Beast Mode.
I don't know.
And how about, I mean,
Maybe that's not a good sign for V1 though. That's exactly how Optic started.
were from the very beginning. They're
So,
gonna be
who knows?
hard-nosed, physical, always in your face, always giving you something extra to think about while you're trying to clear the ball away and figure out where the ball is headed after that. And you still got Calm.
Imagine if we get Genji Fury in the, or Complexity Fury in the finals.
Now know what they have in store for them over the next
Genji Fury or Complexity Furia in the finals would be crazy.
To be able to make those adjustments because at V1 they're going to keep trying to break down that defense, and if Calm is able to get as successful as he has been on the demo game, because it has been kind of a race there between the two in matching those demo totals, Calm has just been faster and more efficient up the field, and Furia are going to have to adapt to that, otherwise it could get out of hand.
Beast Mode will collect this and give Calm all the time he needs to get set up. Kaya was just waiting for him to come to ground before blowing him up. And Jan all the way across. Torment waiting for him, and this goes where nobody's waiting. Beast Mode's got a full tank of boost to try and play this away from Kaio. Instead, it's Calm. And Jan right at Kaio is
Perfect touch.
play tic-tac-toe all over the
Could I
field.
get something going here?
Kaio's shot.
All three go for it.
Away by Beast Mode, and we're off and running on Aquadome.
Good pinch there from Beast Mode to gain some space, tried to get that read on that back wall touch. And look,
Get a read from
Beast Mode
Yan.
both going for the ball here. Torment last bag, but not really much needed for him to be able to buy time because Fury is slow to get on that counter.
So there was a bump maybe.
In general, but oh, here comes Beast Mode trying to get it through. The Beast
Whoa.
punches through Furia.
Beast Mode really is that guy. Around Yan and then through Card. Version 1 scores first again.
Well, there we are.
What more
Version
does
1.
Beast Mode have up
Take a
his
goal
sleeve?
lead in game 2.
Yeah, this ball around the corner, and I wonder just when we'll see the
Oh.
floodgates open here for Furia. Kaio got this one through.
What a save from Beast Mode.
Are you kidding me?
Beast Mode gets back in time. That was absolutely unbelievable. In order for him to be able to make that stop.
What in the world is happening here? Okay, version 1.
That should have been in, but
So
you know,
brilliant in one instance,
it's not. So,
in the next, but they've still got a 1-0 lead.
yeah.
Remember
I don't really know what to say about that. That's kind of
mode in the story of not just
unlucky,
series, but this whole tournament and maybe
you know?
fall split. Yeah,
What do you really say to that?
go through Calm, not happening. And Torment has Beast Mode on the outlet. 2 minutes gone by nearly. Beast mode looking for another, and this time Card's in the way.
Yeah, trying to force that through. Does find the
Ooh.
lead. Follow up. Kyle.
Off the crossbar.
Card will look for the follow-up to keep this one in play.
Alright.
Furia
3 minutes left.
You can see V1 on the push.
Furia still have time.
Down here a little bit.
They have more than half the game, but still.
Furia, their story so far of this entire fall split has been missed opportunities. Coming oh so close. Card just got a piece of that. Calm could not. And then Card shuts down Torment's rebound effort.
Yeah.
As Beast mode.
They're really getting a lot of chances. Who was that yesterday? There was some team getting... Oh, it was G2, wasn't it? Yeah.
But not out of harm's way just yet.
G2.
Able to breach midfield. Card and Kyle working in
Again.
another off the
Again.
and again.
Oh, this is like the G2 from yesterday.
Got more saves in version 1 this game. Furia, the net was just an inch higher. They'd be up 3-1 by now. But that is not the case. Yan will try to play it low, but hits it straight into Calm.
This is just so rough for Furia.
Cannot buy a goal so far in game 2.
Furia would be the best team in the world if the net was a couple pixels wider. Here's Beast mode. Right at Yan. And he's through. Calm and Beast mode. All the boost in the world. And it's hard to send
A minute and 30 left. They've had multiple chances, and it's been given up a lot. They got to get something going here, though.
for Card to take
That's a
Kyle
good start.
is denied by Calm. Beast mode
Calm
criticizing there as well, but
obliterates that challenge.
not a fatal double commit by any standards. That goes from Kaio right out to Beast mode, and Yan forced to make a save. Yan has been forced to play at the back for so long as he gets tied up there with Beast mode. And
No one's there,
to play this out, and
but Yank cuts it off,
get away.
kind of.
And look at that.
Over to Kaio.
You talked about, right? They get tied up. Beast mode is keeping an extra eye on
Oh, Card had a card change. I didn't even notice that.
Beast mode's gonna go in. He goes for that fake challenge there, forcing Yan to go to a tough spot, playing the ball off the ceiling. That's very uncomfortable for him, and that's the whole point: is to be able to make him uncomfortable, not let him get too much space.
And, oh, Torment. 30 seconds left.
Torment met
I gotta get something going here.
to double that down the field.
To Beast Mode. He redirects it back. Yan.
Gone by in the flash.
Flip reset.
Yan
Bump.
got the flip reset.
Not quite.
He also got Beast mode in his way. Calm and Beast mode though, both going for that.
Kaio. No.
Though Kaio
Card.
pinch one
He's gotta get something going here.
strong, and Card could not catch up. Now it's Yan who has that go by him. Kaio knocked out of the way by Calm, and Card had to go through
And
Calm,
Beast Mode gets an open net.
and it doesn't matter.
To take the series 2-0.
Go in.
Wow.
Center field
Um.
catching Aaron Judge sent another 1 yard.
And look at that again. Calm, and so has the rest of version 1. Just being
I don't really know what to say about that.
constantly in their way, constantly just making things just so awkward for them. Beast mode picks the pockets of the defense. 2 goals for him this game. He may be looking for a third. He tried to line it up, but this one will end up hitting the ground. And version
Have they scored yet? Or is it so far a chance to be a perfect sweep?
I'm thinking
I actually don't remember from last game. I don't think they scored.
they've got to figure out
I haven't really been paying attention, though.
on version 1. I mean, we were talking about this with Optic and trying to
Oh, no, it was 2-1. It was 2-1. That's right.
in the previous
Same with Optic.
and indeed Kaio has requested
All right.
a timeout for Furia.
Let's see. Version 1. 2-0 up.
I would say, Daz, because
But this could be the time they come back, get the 4-2.
not what Furia expected out of version 1. A very physical presence, but also Furia, the frustration has to be mounting, right? I mean, you know, these are all professionals. They are sturdy mentally like a rock, but they've had so many shots that on any other day, Daz, would be in the net. And now they've just been left with 1 goal through 2 games.
Yeah, they had a lot of shots, and V1 did a good job of getting those saves naturally, right? This team definitely can lock down on defense. They sat there with 8 saves that game. But the other issue is when Furia had some more open nets than others, their shots were just straight off the crossbar. And that was the biggest thing for them. I mean, when you have so many unsuccessful drives, that could also start to kind of get into your head there as well. And you can see them again just taking some time to talk things over, because this is going to be a big game 3 here. V1 has they just have everything kind of figured out here for Furia, And this is a team that constantly communicates, constantly is trying to figure out how to bring themselves to the next level. They're even taking this time out to talk things over to make sure that everything works for them.
Version 1, as we have loaded into our third map. Of course, we're waiting for the timeout to play itself out. V1 all ready to jump in. Like, all right, let's go. What's the timeout?
All right, let's see. Timeout's almost done with. We're gonna get into game 3 in a second.
This extra 60 seconds or so to regroup. And I mean, there's not a whole lot of
Let's see.
going on there. There's maybe a lot of reflection on this Furia squad as they again try to solve the puzzle that is that man right there. Beast mode, kind of the silent assassin who's got
Dude.
3 of version 1's 4 goals. I know, it's just incredible. I mean, how much of a difference has he made, right? He's scored 3. He's made 2 or 3 incredible saves. I mean, he's probably been about a 7-goal difference in this series, it feels like.
Yeah, he has. I mean, especially in that game too. It was all beast mode all the time, and that is not to take away.
All right, let's see. Game 3. Can Furia bring it back, or will version 1 continue to look dominant?
Today, when we looked at the matchup stacks, was that V1, whenever the pressure is not on beast mode to perform, and the team is working cohesively as a unit, that's when he actually plays the best, because he doesn't feel like he needs to have these flashy style plays in order to score. But here he goes again, almost able to find that read. Yan is able to get that stop.
See if Furia's fortunes have changed it all now with the ball right at center field. And it's Yan chasing this down. Beast mode just a little bit quicker. That's kind of been the theme here too. We've seen Yan beaten to a lot of these challenges, uncharacteristically so. Torment, he's all day to play this ball, and he'll just be in Yan's way. We haven't said Torment's name a whole lot. He came in with 17 goals to tie for the team lead with Calm in this event. Kaio chasing down Calm, and finally Yan will score.
Furia, first score in game 3. Good start for them.
I mean, yeah, you get that double commit. It's a great challenge for Kaio. Follows it up, and Calm just stuck in no man's land. Lower left corner for Yan on the placement. Furia able to strike first as they come off the timeout.
How's everyone doing?
Furia's got
All right.
lead, and they expand on it. Beast mode sends Kaio out of the zone. They have to kind of
See if Furia can finally bring it back. They haven't been playing too great. Version 1 have been playing pretty well though.
to get around Calm and Torment. Again, he's got Card to his right. This will come out of the corner for Card. He do anything with Kaio.
Card trying to send it. Could be open. Almost. Yan's still there. Kaio clears it out, trying to get it back on offense. To beast mode. Yan has it.
Clear makes an early challenge, and it feels like both of them understand their assignment for this particular game.
Oh, what a save from beast mode. Beast mode is doing great on saves right now. Crazy saves he's had today.
And that should be terrifying for everybody, not the least of which potentially their semifinal opponents in NRG tomorrow. Yan will have this in the corner. Got Kaio ahead,
And what a touch from Kaio, but it doesn't go in. Calm gets a great bench.
Strong clear. What a read. Oh my goodness. Card hit that with a lot of speed. Beast mode.
Oh,
The beast. That's for sure.
Kaio breaks rule 1.
And right now, version 1 are still down in this game. We're halfway through. And Furia have been able to maintain their lead. But the way V1 are starting to ramp up, you wonder if that's going to change.
Calm again trying to chase down Kaio way ahead of the play as it comes back into the V1 half of the field. And it's Calm who kind of changed it up just a little bit to get around Yan. Torment chasing Card, he got him. Beast mode's got to collect this, but he won't have any kind of a shot, at least not immediately. Won't put anything out of his reach at this point, though. His Card will have one away. It's Yan. Hard to
Let's see.
backboard and couldn't get the second touch. And back
Could
to
be
Furia
open.
goes. And
Card gets back in time.
Card, give it away.
Yan, great save.
Yan makes the
Card clears it
save.
out.
Beast mode-esque to keep Furia in front.
Version 1 fighting here. They're looking for a way past Furia. And they've been very methodical on the drives. Torment flip reset past 1. Card. Actually, Beast Mode got a piece of that, so Card has to pick this up again. Gonna leave it for Yan and keep the corner boost. Yan over to midfield, but Kaio has to chase this one down. Beast mode, dodging the demo. Able to get that ball back into the midfield. It's been a fight for possession here in game 3. Furia trying to extend their lead. V1 looking for that shot opportunity to get through. But
All right, demo opportunity.
50 on the goal line. Torment able to clean
Misses.
Beast mode again, the initial stop. Everything he touches turns to gold. Beast mode indirect, Calm racing forward. He won't get there in time. His card forces that
Demo to Yan.
demolition from Calm.
Card.
Out to the wing where Kaio has all day to boom it away, and everybody can reset now for Furia. It's beast mode, leaving that for Torment. Loose in front, beast mode there just ahead of Yan, denying what would have been a wide open opportunity. Kaio now wasting time trying to get by Torment. Card shot, saved by beast mode, and more importantly, not in a scoring position for Yan on the rebound.
Beast mode with that clear out. V1, even though they've been ramping up, they haven't set up too many goal-scoring opportunities. They still only have one shot this game, despite how fast they've been playing. 20 seconds.
And they double the lead. Or can V1 come back in 20 seconds? Looks like Furia might take game 3 though. Unless they get something going here. Yan cuts him off.
Beast mode and Yan's in the way. Final 8 seconds. It's Torment. Needs a big one down.
Beast mode. Almost hit the redirect. There it is. Furia take the game. Now 2-1. That's gonna be the start to the 4-2.
Numbers here, and it does tell a bit of a story. Version 1, even though they had that big battle.
Calm had 74 points.
Weren't able to set up too many scoring chances, and Furia, on the other hand, they continued to apply that pressure until the clock hit 0. Look at when they scored. 4 minutes, 5 seconds on the clock. And even though after getting that goal, still remains
Beast mode's going crazy on the saves today.
because they know they got a journey in order to get back in the series.
Yeah, they know they've got a long road ahead of them here, but that is as good as it could get probably for Furia there. They finally exercise their crossbar and post demons, and they get one on the board, and they, more importantly, they didn't let Beast Mode just almost single-handedly win the game, which is going to be an even bigger dub for Furia now. As we go now to Utopia, Game 4, chance to tie
All right,
the series now.
let's see.
For the former kings of South America. We're underway now at Utopia Coliseum.
Underway, Torment got the flip there, used it to get a dunk. V1, after so much success, especially in game 2, it's been it was a quiet game 3.
And there it is. Furia take the first goal in game 2, or game 4. Possibly second game win for them.
Off guard. That touch from Calm, not nearly what he was looking for. And Yan right there running onto it. They scored in the first minute. In the last game, 19 seconds in here. Furia's on top. Version 1. Getting a
Playing very aggressive.
second touch for Kaio. His shot
Almost a second goal.
Beast Mode almost joined at the hip. There to make the save. Torment left
There it is. Yan.
in no man's
Second goal.
as Yan comes through.
Doubling their lead.
He comes through like a superhero ready to save the day. Look how quick he is to the ball. Torment didn't stand a chance, and Khan could only try to rush back there. Yan has come alive here as Furia are trying to tie this series up.
Is the stream lagging?
Perfect defenders we've ever seen in the Rlcs all time.
Seems like it is.
Just watch it.
Just let me know how the stream's going.
Calm against Kaio.
It does look like it's lagging though. Not good.
Wondering what's gone wrong all of a sudden. There's Beast Mode.
Beast mode.
After
Kind of lead in half.
Yan.
They've been, but they haven't broken stacks. Mistouch from Card. Demo on the play. 1-2 to the loop. And Beast Mode will put it in the back of the net. 4 minutes, 9 seconds left. We've gotten 3 goals in the first minute of this game. V1 said, we're not letting this one get out of hand just yet.
Well, this has been a first minute to remember. What are the other 4 going to have in
No lag? Alright, good to know.
Calm gets around Kaio. You get around Yan too. No, it's right there for
Alright, that's good. It just looked a little rough
not in the
on my screen, so I think we should be good now. Does look like it's kind of fixed itself.
Buy his teammates time to get set up. Beast Mode running forward. Calm waiting at the back. And I think Calm may have been expecting Beast Mode to jump in there. He's a little awkward right
Alright. Can Furia hold off and tie the series back up? 2-2. That's good start. Almost a crazy read. Honestly, I wish I could hit a shot like that. It'd be nice. I don't know how to read those, though. It's also why I'm not a pro.
And those mechanics have gotten past version 1. V1 able to strike, but it's been a minute since we've seen a goal here. And things look very uncomfortable for them on the defensive end at the moment.
Given time and space to set up beast mode.
That was almost terrifying. The card clears it out. Then Tian. Beast mode is going to try to fake out card, but card doesn't fall for it. A bit of a bump on Calm. Kaio is not mid, so Beast mode takes it. Then he gets a bump, but Yan cuts him off.
Meanwhile, Furia, they can't keep up the offensive pace. They're busy bumping to each other in the midfield boost. So Beast Mode will pick up this ball, gets a flick over one, and Yan will play it to the side. Card will put it back into the middle. Kaio will
Good passing play from Furia.
and Furia will try to regain that offensive possession. Here goes Yan again, gliding up the double, but Torment knocks it away from him.
Furia starting to match the physicality of version 1 as well as Jan settling in at the back again. Kind of this theme we've seen with teams lately.
Bad miss from Kaio, I think. Yep.
Mechanical juggernaut at the back and just let him create from the back line because he's got a better view of the field perhaps. As Beast Mode has one touch but not a second to get around Kaio. And Calm trying to go underneath Yan. He's at least around him. Wave dash to go after Card. And Torment finally shut down by Kaio at the end.
V1 fighting and using that physicality to really try to throw Furia off. Demo's coming through. A lot more bumps than we've normally seen. Chance here for Torment. There's a
Demo. Version 1 tied up with a minute and 20 left.
Torment gets his first goal of the series with a big help from Calm. Yan had it all lined up. Everybody thought Yan had it.
Yeah. Great play, though. Version 1 looking good.
Calm also picks up his third assist of the series, and at long last, we're all tied up here in Game 4.
what a demo.
And it doesn't matter because Furia just take lead back with a minute and 16. 5 seconds later, right off the kickoff.
And it comes down to this play. Hits straight into Kaio, and Kaio punches straight into the back of the net.
Well, now they have to work again to just tie it up.
To that midfield boost, and he could not take him out of the play. As a result, ball ends up right in their net.
Could be something. Calm? Doesn't matter. Alright, they tie it back up. Another 5 seconds later.
This one goes off the post, and then somehow
Calm kind of fakes it out.
intervention gives Calm a goal.
That's the right wording for that one, because that was the biggest clown
I don't know.
I've ever seen in a goal.
Crazy goal.
But hey, if you're V1, you'll take
But it works. They got lead.
hard trying to get that equalization. Flip reset from Calm.
What is happening?
Takes the lead for Furia.
Furia, take lead again. And probably another 5 seconds.
series. Here we go. What the heck is
I think this was a little more than 5 seconds, but
now to Furia. With still a
it,
minute 2 to go.
it was close.
Enough time for what, 5 more goals here between these two? Good grief. Demo right out.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if version 1 scored this goal right here.
Calm up to the heavens and Torment.
But nope, looks like the streak of consistent goals is going to end.
Got about 10 seconds without a goal.
This was a 2-1 about a minute and a half ago.
Chance though, V1 looking for a way through.
Now it's a 3-4.
Wave out. Yeah, plays that in the
Or a 4-3, I guess.
It's a good clear.
Possibly a 5-3.
Another open net, another goal.
Furia
The grand one increases Furia's lead by
doubling or increasing their lead.
Wanted that one to catch the seal and
Or doubling their lead. Yeah, it would be doubling their lead.
down. And Kaio over top of him. Press X to jump. 5-3. Furia trying to tie up the series after a
Yep.
Wild West shootout here on Utopia.
Furia take game 4.
the way this momentum has shifted is like,
What a pass.
Or,
goodness, and just
yeah,
shifting back.
version 1
V1 now with the strike.
with another goal.
Torment, pass up front. Calm
Good pass from Calm.
You said it. What a pass and what a goal. It's a one-goal game. They are playing this down to the last second.
We'll see. 30 seconds left. Version 1 could tie it up.
As Com picks up a playmaker. Over to Torment, looking for a fourth assist, but Kaio there for the save. Beast mode, a little too strong for Com. Torment
Couldn't do anything there.
goes harmlessly out to the corner. V1 had it all set up. They had the triangle in front, but it wasn't good enough as Beast mode can't hit Com cleanly. Lob up there.
Hard.
Trying to burn away the final 3 seconds. This is bouncing perilously close to the net.
Alright, 0-second goal.
At least keep possession. Beast mode. Slowing it down. Oh, down in the
Yep.
center, that's it.
Furia take game 4 and tie the series up 2-2.
We're gonna see here in the Fall Cup.
My goodness, that game went
Alright.
every sort of direction.
What a series. That was a good game. What a game. What a series it is so far. This could be another game 7.
But you gotta think that too. This one, I mean, with so many
Version 1 taking the timeout.
take a timeout here, as like we said, Furia tie up the series. V1 have to be able to find a way to combat back because even though that was an offensive masterclass, the defense was pretty non-existent this game.
I'm glad V1 called a timeout because if they didn't, I was going to. Oh my God. And with that, both teams are out of timeouts. 4 games into this series. Version 1 takes the first 2, and then Furia, the last 2. 1-0 and 5-4. Feast and famine. There were 6 goals between these two teams in the first 3 games, and then they combine for 9 in that game alone as things have come alive now for Furia. Version 1 unable to keep pace with them, and it's a different look.
Alright.
For those
Let's
players
see.
there. This is not the walk in the park that they expected it might be after 2 games. Furia, I think that's Jan smiling. I think.
Well, I'm sure that they're definitely feeling good, right? Especially after coming out of. Like, remember, they took the tactical timeout going into Game 3. They went 2 back-to-back, and they were able to manage a game that was all over the place. I mean, you could. Everybody was. They threw the whole house in the kitchen sink at them, and Furia was able to weather the storm here. V1 now having to figure things out, talk things through, which is something that that team does very well. Taking this extra moment here is going to be, I think, very effective for them. As we take a look at the replay, I mean, goal after goal. Pick your highlight package. We have enough for almost a top 10.
I know, right? If we watched every single goal from that series, we'd extend the show by about half an hour. Here we go, though. Wasteland, Game 5. The timeout has just about expired, and Version 1, Furia, trying to follow up what was a brilliant opening series here in the top 8. Well, they are doing a fine job at that. 2 for V1 to start the series. Furia roars back with a pair of their own. Let's break a 2-all tie now on Wasteland with Beast Mode trying to threaten Kaio. Off the backboard for Com, but a little too close, and Kaio has it all the way. But Version 1 trying to get back to their roots here at the start of the series. Trying to apply that pressure and not let Furia breathe.
And this one comes down to it. They are so
I'm looking good right now.
much going into these
I'm looks
plays.
confident.
Beast mode going into that one. Again, just that mental battle to try to figure out and break apart your opponent that is mechanical, that is fast, that is bringing the demos through. I said all that, you don't even know which team I'm talking about because both of them can do that.
I assume you're talking about NRG. There goes Beast Mode. He kind of gave that one away to Yan. And the first minute goes by, and I gotta say, kind of a boring first minute. After we go 9 goals in the last game, we take a timeout, and the wind has completely come out of the sails here. Beast Mode trying to extend the highlight reel, and Yan's right there in his way.
Yan does pick up that mid boost, stays on top of the ball. Here's Kaio. Light touch. Looking for
Yeah.
Card in the mid.
Torment wasn't doing too bad on defense the first couple of games, and then he just kind of let it go.
And gets a big
Because he was getting some crazy saves.
card.
Beast Mode was also doing great on defense. I think Furia has just stepped at their offense like crazy.
Calm with that clear, puts it in open space. It definitely has been a quieter game here. Again, whoever wins this one puts the series on match point. Who's gonna be able to make that stride?
Almost.
Stride was denied again. Version 1 holding off on the defense.
Every touch so critically important now as this one goes all the way back to the Fury half of the field. Both teams tied in the standings. The race for those 5.
Card trying to score something here. Couldn't get anything.
Rotterdam.
Kaio.
Yan needs a second touch. He's not going to have it. His Torment will take that away, and Beast Mode will start the counterattack now for version 1. Again, we're going to be looking back at so many critical moments in this one series when we finally have our 5 teams in December. This is bounce out of the corner. Kaio's there. Free reign and Torment.
Could have been a free shot.
Good save there. I was really curious to see whether Torment could make that recovery, get there in time, and he does. And Kaio, also the shooting has been on.
Try to go for the bump. Not bad.
Top left corner. I mean, when you put on 4 or 5 goals in a game, you know, that game 2 where it was crossbar central becomes a distant memory. As Furia are looking for, again, the back of the V1 net. 2 minutes remaining in game 5, and no one has broken 3 shots for both teams here as they have been matching each other.
Calm, kind of weird shot.
Oh, Kaio couldn't line up
Beast
the
mode
second.
completely whiffs.
Beast mode. Here's Yan again, and Torment spikes it away.
Kaio's there.
Just yet, though. Beast mode has to play around Kaio. Hard will slow it down. Yan thought about it and realized Beast mode had him beat by a mile. So now
Calm completely whiffs. Kaio has
Beast mode got that demo on Yan, and that's where
no boost though. It's not good.
taking him out of the play.
Beast mode takes it.
Press that advantage on that trip down the field. Yan will have one all the way across where Torment's waiting. Card chases him down. Seeing Furia being
A minute and 10 seconds
aggressive
left.
again, and that has paid dividends in the later half of this series.
Approaching the final minute, and the stalemate continues to get tenser. Here's Beast Mode. Flip reset. No, he doesn't have it. Or if he does, he didn't use it. Torment plays it across. Calm slows down the ball, but not without being challenged. Beast Mode looking for
Okay.
the back wall. Yan will be able to get that save out. And the clear comes through. Kaio now pushing this into space. Card and Torment match there, but Torment with a clean challenge win.
Calm and Beast Mode both burning a little bit of boost to go after that. It was Beast Mode's all the way. So Calm got to reset with whatever little he can.
Oh, almost. What a save from, who was that? Calm?
Dancing through the air. This is still dangerous.
And almost another one.
Just pop it up. It's
Kaio fakes it. Yan trying to go for the double touch, and he gets it. And the Furia with 14 seconds left take lead in the game, and hopefully take lead in the series. Well, hopefully for them. Furia 3-2. The 4-2 is possible. The 4-2 is definitely possible.
Beast Mode had designs of sending that downfield and chasing it, and Card deleted him off the field. Kaio gave that one away. Opportunity, the window's open. Beast Mode, gotta bring it back central for Torment, and Card to the rescue.
That could have been something.
Holding the throne.
But Furia take it.
Furia has the lead.
3-2 in the series for Furia. Furia takes one more.
Games in the series, they take a timeout and they bring it all the way back. 3 straight wins, even after version 1 took a timeout in game 4. They proved unsuccessful on offense, and we are loading up Neo Tokyo now. No timeouts, no room for effort. Which of these 2 teams is gonna book their trip in to the semi-finals to play NRG? That's what we're trying to figure out.
Neo Tokyo awaits after a defensive
Okay, well.
from both sides, but then they let Yan run free one more time, and there's the pop-off. There's some emotion out of Yan, and once he gets going, I kind of remember we would talk about Arsenal the same way. Even a couple of years ago, when he's going, it just feels like there's an extra player on the field, and now version 1 has to deal with a confident Yan going into game 6 with a tournament life on the line.
All right,
Confident.
game 6,
Definitely right.
version 1, down 2-3.
How close that game was.
Version 1 have to win this to stay alive,
Coming out of that is going to do wonders for the momentum. Now they are in
just to get a chance to go to the semis. Furia win, even if Furia lose, they have another chance to win it.
to the lobby. The question is, as we have our second game 6 of the day.
The pressure is all on version 1,
again, who
and that's not a good start.
on top, or will we see Champions Field once more?
Neo Tokyo, all the craziness that comes with it here in North America. We talked about it last series. What else
Oh.
do we have for an encore? What a touch to send this back to the
What a touch from Beast Mode. I don't even know this on purpose. I think he just happened to be there.
They've been frustrated now by Furia. Yan couldn't get a double with Beast Mode in the way, and Calm makes sure Card doesn't have a rebound. That leaves Kaio all alone at the back, and
Whoa.
Calm couldn't quite get a touch there as that bounced around.
Yeah, looks like he misread the play.
Maybe throwing some jabs out early on in this game to feel each other out, figure out where their minds are at. Do we have another shootout in the
To Yam,
I think if Furia
to
has it,
Card,
we
both
absolutely
faking.
do.
Ooh, a double commit from Furia though, coming up a little empty.
Card thinks about it,
Beast mode
but
will try
denies.
the length of the field. Gets
Could be open, but Card,
has to get a save off the
great
post
save.
there. Yan will get it past Torment and now has Card in the midfield, but will not be able to find him. Chances there as both teams send their superstars to lead the charge forward, but alas, the defense pulls through and we're still 0-0.
Beast Mode sky one up, and Kaio will try and take charge with Torment challenging. Yan brings us over to the corner.
All right, let's see if they can do something here.
Offensively,
Calm
let
misses.
that one go, and that's getting very awkward now for version 1. Normally much more staunch defensively. They have let a few opportunities slip for Furia. As Kaio lob one ahead, I think at this point, Furia's content. Just throw the ball at the net, throw it at the backboard, and hope version 1 can kind of give you a free shot or make some kind of other mistake. And it's been effective enough for Furia because version 1 have played into that.
Last time we saw Furia on Neo Tokyo, it was against G2 in the Fall Open. And it was not pretty for Furia. This time they're looking to change that narrative and get back into it. Also, this time they're in the lead of the series. So different form. And Furia still looking to close it out, but this one has been a stalemate so far. Halfway through the game, no one has been able to get on the board. Chance here for V1, but this play is going to dissolve as Ye clears into the corner. Beast Mode trying to keep it alive, though, goes off the ceiling.
Beast Mode?
But still has boost.
Beast Mode!
And V1 take the lead.
V1 taking the lead
I was about to talk about version 1
in game 5 or game 6.
too much and make something out of nothing when it's just not there.
A little less than halfway to the game, but
He creates that entirely from the side wall going against his momentum.
yep.
And finds a way to give
Beast Mode does look pretty good today.
lead in what it's gotta feel like forever. And they almost double the lead.
I think he could do a little bit better.
Just a little wide.
I think he has before,
Trying to go for the
but
flip here, but not there. And Yan
he's
will
playing good.
down for Furia.
Furia
Hard.
Card?
Nothing there.
looking for a way
Can
through.
Kaio get something?
Kaio playing that one into Calm, basically. And now Furia have to play against the clock. And they've got to play against a V1 team that can hold off on a defensive
Not quite, not quite.
Calm and Card. And a little bit of chaos in the midfield. Torment, though, will come out on top of it. Has enough boost. Wants to play this forward. Gets the dunk on the back wall. Beast Mode going for the shot. Posting in.
A minute 30 left, and Furia double their lead. Ready to take game 6, hopefully going to a game 7.
Goal in the series for Beast Mode.
Looks like a bit of a
Idea of how
misread
important that is. Card had
from
7
Kaio, I
points
believe.
coming into this series. He does have 1 to push him ahead.
Beast Mode's looking good today. I think Calm's looking pretty good. I think Torment really kind of just
Feels like about
not
20
feeling himself as much.
play since version 1 had a lead. Now they've got a 2-goal lead. Go back to game 2 when they were last in front. Yan with Card across the way. They are far from done here in game 6.
Could have got something.
Card and Kaio both go
Minute left. Furia, if they want to get back in. Okay, doesn't matter. Beast mode.
Oh my gosh! I'm lost for words, but I'll try
Beast mode just gets a random ceiling pinch. What a season we've had so far. We got a ceiling pinch in the RLCS. Gyro hits the first Psycho in an RLCS.
like that. You just can't stop him, Stacks. The man can create magic.
83 miles
And Calm looking to
only that slow because
do
it
more.
came from midfield. My goodness. Beast mode has been awakened on Neo Tokyo. And it seems like just a formality that we play the final minute before another trip to Champions Field. We went the entire fall open without having a single game 7. And all of a sudden we're 2 for 2.
Well, let's see.
Beast mode. Why not add another
Beast mode with an insane hat trick.
to at least stop the bleeding?
Game 7.
Only 30 seconds left. It's little consolation at this point.
Yep.
This is great for beast mode going into and V1 as well going into this game 7. You want beast mode to be.
I didn't expect this. I thought this would be a little bit more.
Game, by the way. Furia have
I thought Fury would win 4-2, but V1 definitely keeping it close.
And beast mode and the rest of V1 have had their way. Yen will try once more to get it through. And
Yan scores.
a constellation goal for Furia as Champions Field's gonna get loaded up here soon.
So beast mode goes 3 goals on 9 shots. What a lackluster performance. Come on, you take 9 shots, get a score at least 6, right, Daz? Come on.
Okay. Okay.
What a performance out of this young
V1. Bring it to a game 7.
dragging version 1 back.
Let's see. This is a do or die moment.
The numbers.
Both teams went out
That's crazy.
in the first. Yeah, both teams went out here in the quarterfinals last regional. So they both kind of need points. So
We actually just saw
Yeah.
beast mode go, hey, give me the ball and get out of the way. Oh, did he create or what? Well, as impressive as that was, that only counts for just one. But it's the one they need to get to Champions Field.
Getting ready to get things loaded up here, and it does seem like again for Fury.
V1 take game 7. Interesting. We'll see. We'll see.
Series, putting it in the palm of their hands and having a chance to close it out. They fell flat, and this is a familiar map, a familiar feeling.
I don't know. It's it could go either way. I think V1 are kind of confident. I think Furia kind of just they don't lose confidence that much. It's kind of just whoever. I think whoever gets the first goal will win,
He waits in the semi.
which is gonna be Furia. I'm going Furia.
Kaio scores 9 seconds in.
The gray ones
They look confident.
pass out,
If they're going for that already,
and
9 seconds into the game, they look confident. So I'm gonna go Furia here.
In win or go home games, Furia 3-0. Obviously, all in game 5s, with this being their first game 7 of the new season.
Okay,
One, sitting at 2-2.
what a save, but it's terrifying.
Out towards Calm, and Jan falling into the net.
And beast mode
Beast mode hits it.
on the post
Oh, it is a reversal of fortune.
or crossbar or whatever.
V1 had the speed, they had the pressure, but that ball hitting the crossbar.
Calm.
Gotta start over. Fortunately for them, they got plenty of time
Yeah,
to do,
they look confident right now. But I don't think Fury is like one of those teams that don't really lose confidence.
But it ends up
They're pretty much always confident,
man up to the ceiling.
even if they go down like a pretty
Over the ball.
devastating
Here goes Calm.
game for them. They still look really confident in the next game.
You can imagine it's going to be full
But yeah, I'm going Furia here. I think Furia,
man over Torment.
because I think V1 are definitely. Well, I mean, if that's gonna happen,
Great defensive stop from Calm. Fury is so close and extending that lead.
yeah, I'm going Furia.
Yeah,
I've said that so much, but
up on that one.
there you know.
Torment, he's playing the
Close, yeah.
even though
Almost double the lead.
ball. Kaio,
Version 1 had their chance. Furia had the chance to double the lead. Both can haunt them. We'll see.
Fury have a lot of work to do if they want to extend their lead.
Jan bringing it right back in, and
Trying to go and double lead again. That one was less of an opportunity than the other one.
Beast mode.
Tom flicks it over.
It's Beast mode to
Card and Yan kind of double commit on it, but Calm misses it. Gets dim mode. Kyo is there. I think it'll be a 1-0. I think that will. I mean, right now it looks in favor of Furia on offense at least. I think it will be a 1-0. I think that's gonna be the only goal scored. And I think this will be the only goal scored, but I think version 1 will look like they're about to score a 0-second goal. That's my predictions for the game. We'll see.
Crossfield, Jan's there, just over beast mode, but he stayed with the play long enough. Kyo, sky one up. Torment needs a second touch, and he just got there ahead of Card. Furia not
We'll see.
get comfortable at all. More possession.
Calm kind of gets faked out, but still gets a touch.
For just a moment.
But it doesn't go anywhere.
Beast mode.
Ooh, that's an open net.
Torment starting to creep up. Calm got the demo.
And beast mode score. I was wrong. My prediction was wrong.
You gotta put a hand up if you see beast mode with 100 boost. He comes alive here, lines up the double.
Beast mode tie it back up.
Sit and watch.
1-1 with 2 minutes left in game 7.
V1 back into game 7.
We'll see.
Beast mode.
It's always beast mode.
Goals in this
Beast mode's such a clutch player.
in the tournament. 9 goals for B mode. But it could still be all for naught if they give up another to Furia. Coming up on 90 seconds as Kyo just got in the way. Palm needs one more touch and Card will not.
Honestly, like, I kind of wonder if beast mode was in, like, a different team, right?
Card down
How dominant the team would be. I think V1's a good team, but I think they make a lot of mistakes.
defense. Now Calm to beast mode. Oh, they
Like, Calm kind of...
miss on the connection.
For me, he kind of looks like a luckier player. He just kind of goes for it and then gets lucky with, like, a couple of his touches, and that just happened to go in.
Just being able to watch out for the individual match
Yeah.
player
It's a game 7. When's it not going to be close?
good breakaway. Just again shows you how close this head-to-head
But, like,
matchup is.
imagine if, like, beast mode was on Optic. I don't know how that would go. Beast mode on Phase could also be something interesting. Beast mode, imagine if he created his C9 team that was rumored.
Torment.
I wonder who would even choose for that.
Calm nudges Kyo out of the play, but there's Yan. Last boss. Beast mode, big clear with 40 to go. Overtime starting to become a
Alright, let's see. 37 seconds left.
again on Champions Field.
If someone scores here, they most likely win.
Now 30 seconds.
If someone gets...
Calm to the win.
And no one scores, we're going to go to an overtime, obviously.
Good double from Cobb. V1 not really
That was a close one, though.
great challenge as well from Torment.
Bit of an outplay from Yan.
Fury can gain control. Beast mode going for the bump.
And there it is! Calm! Score with 15 seconds left.
Beast mode had
The bump was nice. The bump was clean.
hadn't always got him in this game, but he got him when it mattered most. 15 seconds.
Not anymore, not anymore.
Pulled it off.
It's not
Oh,
over
Yan,
yet.
it's not over. Yan couldn't bring it front.
Unless Furia, they've done it against Moist. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. Looks like he's going for the third one. Doesn't quite get it, but there's no one there. Calm hits it down. And version 1. Clutch it up.
Come from behind victory.
Unbelievable.
Version 1 with an insane comeback.
My goodness, the team. Ice in the veins.
What a game. What a game. That was a great series.
Fury are going on a 3-game run. They look to close out the series. Just so much pressure on V1. Beast Mode puts it all into his own hands. They were worried about whether or not if Beast Mode has to show up, could he do it? And my gosh, does he deliver? And
Wow.
V1 have
What a series.
to the semifinals.
Both of the series we watched today have been ending in game 7s.
What a performance
Will
from both version 1
that
and
change? Probably.
3.
I don't think Complexity Space System will go to a game 7, but it could.
Going the way of version 1, separating them now from Furia.
Wow.
Man, oh,
Furia
did they
gets eliminated by VU1. My mouse just fell.
here for version 1. I think over the last about 15 minutes
SSG next, and then I think the series I'm most ready for is the FaZe Gen G. I want to see how that one goes.
from them. On the other side of the break, we've got our second half of quarterfinals coming up. Space Station Complexity.
Energy looks good. Oh, I mean, this split alone, Energy looks great. Energy looks good at the moment. I think there's a lot of stuff they can improve on, for sure. They don't look as dominant as they were. But, like, yeah. And to be fair, Optic being one of, like, the weaker teams in here, they're not the strongest team. Definitely. But, you know. Alright, we'll see. They do look good, though. New coach change was pretty good, I think. They've already performed better. That's just me. We'll see, we'll see. SSG Complexity next. Can Complexity make a run after finally making the top 8? I got upset by Optic last regional. I got reverse swept. So, I'm gonna say 4-2 in favor of Space Station. I think 4-2 Space Station. Yeah. Alright, so we have 4-1, 4-2. I have 4-2. So we all pretty much have around the same predictions. We don't think it's going to go to a Game 7, so that's interesting. And we all think SSG is going to win. Complexity could upset here, though. Complexity is a good team.
And you'll get our best deal.
And there's an ad. Let's go check on what's happening in every other region.
Every new customer. Every existing customer. Every iPhone. Every iPhone.
Okay, my work here is done.
Didn't they have their final today?
What do you see when you see yourself? A sidekick? A liability?
Falcons won.
A pale imitation?
KRN. I wonder, is KRN going to be the team that gets picked up by Sunless's new team? Or do you think it's going to be James Cheese? It could. It definitely could.
Future of Gotham.
When you start with better ingredients, better pizza, you also get better papadillas, better cheese.
Let's see. I wonder, is James Cheese going to be the team that gets picked up by Rule 1? Sunless's new org team? To win the first regional? I haven't watched a lot. I think KRN was kind of an overstatement, right, at the current moment. I think they'll get better. KRN is pretty good. FaZe, it's expected. I think FaZe is your dominant team for NA this region. EU Oxygen looks pretty good. I think BDS going out as early as they did could have caused that to happen. I think BDS, Oxygen are going to be like your number 1-2 teams competing with each other. And then, you know, maybe a couple other teams like Quadrant could be in there. I don't think Tundra is going to be a really consistent top 8. They might, but I think that's as far as they're going to get. Tundra, I don't see them making a run. James Cheese, it's just expected. I don't think this is not going to happen. I think James Cheese continues to make the run here. They just seem to be that dominant player. Which also, does that mean there's only one team to make it to the major? Yeah, one MENA, one APAC. That is crazy. I feel like they should add like 4 more here. I'm gonna give it to FaZe. FaZe look dominant. Like, FaZe are on like a... Well, I don't know. Oxygen also looked pretty well. But I think Carmine, against Carmine, they were kind of rough. Or Carmine was kind of a rough-looking team. I'm going to give it to FaZe there. I think Oxygen definitely could bring it a close game. And I think eventually they will be able to, like, beat them. But I haven't really seen Oxygen play up against, like, your top teams. Like, I've seen them play Carmine, right? Makes sense. Quadrant beat BDS in Game 7, and then Oxygen swept Quadrant. But we didn't see BDS Oxygen, so I don't really know. World Champions against someone that could be a World Champion. That could be something to look at. I'm giving it to FaZe right now. I think FaZe are on just like a different level. They look good, especially with Mist on the team. I have no idea what I'm saying. I'm just kind of explaining stuff that I'm thinking works. You know? Anyways. Space Station complexity. We'll see. We are not gonna get the no NA final, but we can at least get the very little NA. We can get the half NA, half EE, or half SAM. See.
And we've played a total of 14 games. We've gone the distance in both series. Version 1, big performance against the Fierce Titans of Furia here. Going to advance to face off.
It could be an upset.
In the semifinals tomorrow on Wave Punk. Jorby. Jorby,
You good there, bud? That's about how close I was to my monitor that entire series. That was pretty insane stuff from Beast Mode. I'm glad that Beast Mode, and Beast Mode came to play today in all 7 games of Rocket League, so we could watch Beast Mode absolutely clap everybody. This man was absolutely unreal, and of course, he's going to peak when version 1 need him to peak, when you have your major life on the line and you need a solid result. This man absolutely showed up.
This could be a good run for V1 right here. I think they can definitely beat NRG.
They were jumping on each other, and Furia were able to punish them each time. But you know, Furia, they've got better in the physical game this regional, and that's what helped them beat G2 and Swiss. But you know who basically started the demo meta? This team, and they can't outbox version 1. That final goal goes in, the mid-air demo goes, and they had so much fight in them. But this was such an insane series, and I cannot believe this, man. How in the world? 9 goals in the set. I mean, seriously, Beast Mode. Come on, man.
Yeah, Beast Mode has just been insane. Like, there are times, like 2 or 3 times a split, it feels like, where he'll win the match by himself. And it felt like he did it here again. Like, obviously, Commodore played well, but Beast Mode, insane.
Well, it's Beast Mode was maybe the man on the pitch, but we brought Torment in to talk about it here. Torment, we just heard Beast Mode talked about forever. There's 3 people on the team. He obviously didn't win just by himself. What's it like being on a team with Beast Mode, I guess is my question.
It's pretty nice. Like in that series, I kind of just kicked the feet up, 50'd the ball to him. I mean, there was a few games where like he felt like uncomfortable, especially after game 5. And he told us like he just said he couldn't feel like he could do anything. So me and Cam were like, all right, we're gonna let you like cut in even more and take the ball even more, and then just absolute masterclass performance. Not much else to say. Like when he's comfortable like that, it's like unstoppable. So we just let him work.
So my question is about the international transfers. Like, how did you feel coming into the season being like, Furia's coming over, now Gen G? Did that bother you? Because you're like, oh, it's going to be a little bit of a harder road? Or were you basically ready for the challenge?
I mean, a bit of both. Like, it's like a little bit like wow, this is going to be tough. Like, obviously, there's like 8 or 9 major quality teams compared to like, we had like 5 or 6 last season. And like, one of them would end up, you know, kind of slumping or playing bad. So it'd just be like kind of an easy major. But now it's like, yeah, you literally have to be on your A game all 3 regionals or you probably won't make it. And it's pretty insane, but it's fun. Like, these matchups, like, you always have a tough matchup. Swiss is always crazy, almost always crazy, unless you get pretty fortunate. It's pretty fun at the end of the day. I'm glad we're winning. You know, we're proving ourselves. Like, a lot of people would count us out because we didn't make a roster move, or, you know, a lot of these new teams come over and they think they're better. So it's nice to win and, like, keep ourselves at the top.
Well, I mean, that's actually kind of leads nicely because you're talking about the chaos of Swiss, and how important it is to perform well. I mean, did you feel like you had to make any adjustments after yesterday? You had to go all 5, a 2-3 against Complexity, another South American team, 0-3 versus G2, which Fury ended up beating. So did you feel like you need to make any changes headed into today?
I think yesterday we had to make changes like in the middle of our Swiss because our first 2 series were pretty rough. Like Dignitas, we nearly lost, and then G2 basically annihilated us. And we made some adjustments between that, but it's still all sloppy because it was mid-tournament adjustments.
All right.
But I think we felt really good in the Optic series and the Complexity series. They were just playing super well in my opinion, and we made some small mistakes that they capitalized on. And then we felt really good in Shopify series, so we were pretty confident. Like we were just.
All right, I'll be right back. I'll leave this up, and
At the end
yeah.
of the day, the game plan was get beast with the ball, in 6 and 7.
Always a good one.
That one worked out a lot of the time, so that's our fallback, and it worked. So I'm happy.
Beast Mode, he's a part of that new look RLCS tournament, but you're about to be in a semifinal again against Garrett G. You guys are kind of 2 old heads in the scene now, and we had Garrett on in the interview, and he was kind of talking about almost getting into his own head if he felt like he couldn't keep up anymore. I just wanted to ask you, like, have you had times in the last few seasons where you feel like it's been a struggle to keep up, and how have you dealt with that, with like all of this new talent coming in and challenging you guys?
Yeah, I mean, I my biggest struggle with that, like I can relate to Garrett because like season 8 and 9 being on Cloud 9 was probably the lowest of it, to be honest, and beginning of RLCS even with version 1, it was just like I don't know if I can do this anymore. But I committed to like mostly the 2s grind, and I think that's what Garrett's done too. Like I've seen that man in a million 2s lobbies, and that's really what you have to do to keep up. That's where all the 15-year-old mechanical players are getting better, and eventually they're the ones that are gonna take your spot, especially if you're not out there with them. So it's basically that. It's the 2s grind, it's the mechanical grind, because the game is always evolving, and I think I've done a decent job at that. Obviously mechanics aren't my strong suit, but like I think I've gotten better at them, and then I kind of just play around my teammates, and they do a lot of the playmaking stuff. I've never, even back in my day, I was never really a playmaker, so I need playmaking teammates, and Beastman and Com are some of the best at that, so it's been nice. But
Look, man, I've watched you play defense. You can't tell me you're not a playmaker. Come on.
more like an off-the-ball playmaker, but yeah.
we gotta let you go. We gotta move on to the next match here. But quick thoughts. You're facing off against Energy in the semifinals tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I think Energy definitely looks the best they have in a while. We're usually pretty confident in that matchup, but we're expecting it to be tougher than the last few times we faced them. So expecting a new Energy. We'll probably go and like watch their VOD and see what we can get from that, like what they've changed and whatever. But it should be a good one. Hoping to make a finals run tomorrow. First one in a while.
Love it, man. Thanks so much for your time. Congratulations again on the win. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, that is version 1 advancing through our bracket. The bottom of the bracket done for the day here in our semifinal set. Version 1 versus NRG. Now, time to move things to the top side of the bracket. Still waiting to see FaZe and Gen G play, but for now, Complexity taking on Space Station Gaming, a team that I felt like Complexity was the Furia of last season, and now I feel like they're trying to fight Gibbs here to regain that title of the threat from South America.
Yeah, one of the 2 new teams in our top 8 throughout this regional, and unfortunately they got the lopsided bracket on their side with 3 of the top 4 teams from Regional 1. But at the end of the day, like Jorby always says, you just gotta win. Whoever's in front of you, you gotta perform. So if they can take down Space Station, they get in the run-in for a top 5 spot with a bunch of teams. So this one is absolutely huge for Complexity because they finished 9th last time, so they need to make up points. On the other side, Space Station felt like Regional 1 got away from them. They were so dominant throughout Swiss. They were probably favorites going into that bracket, and then they faltered. So they want to make up some points as well and try to go for that #1 overall seed.
I mean, Jorby, you rate Furia so highly. You've been a advocate of the South American region for a long time. Where's Complexity for you in this power ranking right now?
Oh, with the way
Okay.
look through Swiss, and now I rate them pretty highly.
Let's
They
see.
look like a top 5 team right now.
Space Station Complexity.
Breathe new life into this roster. Bolt continues to get better. He continues to get smarter. And AJG also silently been improving. Yeah, I feel like the story last season with Complexity was always Shad or Bolt being the ones that pop up. But AJG's just kind of been the name of quiet consistency so far this season. And I think that's key to have that quiet consistency on your team, which allows your teammates to pop off. I think Complexity are a dangerous team, and I absolutely think that they could take the South American mantle, at least for this region.
Well, let's see how things go, given that they are now the only South American team left. Let's check out the Verizon fan vote here. Hashtag SSG, hashtag COL, depending on which side you're feeling, chat. And Chiefs, you've been sitting there thinking about all the things everyone's been saying. How do you feel about this map?
It's tough to give complexity like a strong nod here, you know, because Space Station have looked absolutely icy. Like Daniel's picking people apart. He really is. You get that guy the ball and good things happen. Daniel is becoming beast mode. You know what I mean? It's hand Daniel the ball. It's going in. So like complexity, while they've improved, I feel like there's already it's the floor. The floor is higher for Space Station. You know what I mean? And the peaks may be higher for me as well.
So this sounds like a Space Station prediction.
For me, I think so.
Okay. All right. That's one for Space Station. Jorby?
No doubt in my mind, Vamos Complexity. They look great during Swiss, and I believe you're only as good as your last game. Complexity looked great in theirs. Space Station, they looked a little wonky, but Complexity, I think they got it.
He's doubling down, Gibbs.
And we had in our bracket both Space Station. Put them both up. Let's get Space Station over here. I'm picking for you, Wave.
Our bracket clearly has known what's going on here, folks. Space Station gonna be the 3-1 favorite on the desk. How do we feel in chat? We had you guys voting there, and Space Station be a 3-1 favorite in chat as well. It all makes sense so far here, but do the players agree? Complexity's got something to say about it. Let's go over to the Verizon Skybox for Space Station versus Complexity. It's James and Stumpy on the call.
All right, let's get into it. Space Station Complexity. Complexity kind of need this for the points if they want to make the major.
Getting the game underway. Space Station Gaming and Complexity, two teams that you really could see making the major in top 5. I think a lot of people would have expected Space Station to be an easy lock for top 5 in North America, especially after how well the early Swiss stages went in the last region.
Yeah, but then you see, when we come down into this matchup, onto our Saturday's matches, it's just going to come down to who wants to upset the other one a little bit more. We've already seen a couple of upsets today. You know, the match we've had, version 1 going over Furia, maybe not an upset, but I'd probably say that NRG going over Optic, potentially an upset considering form. I don't know if either of these teams, if they win, would be an upset, however. I think they are pretty level. However, Complexity just started that bit weaker than Space Station, considering they didn't even make top 8 in our previous regional.
And in the big picture stuff, you're 100% right, but just looking at the strength of schedule that Complexity had to play through to get to this point, they had some really big names they had to take down to get here, and they did it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, Optic, you know, they went through 3-2, then Gen G, they 3-0'd them. That's an unbelievable feat they were able to do. They did then lose to FaZe, and then they managed to take it away versus V1. V1, yes, they looked a little bit weaker, but that's still a phenomenal situation they found themselves in to go through in 4. But Space Station, they went through in 4 as well. Both teams having that 3-game differential.
Complexity looking good to start.
They then lost to Furia, then it was Shopify Rebellion and G2 who didn't make it into that top 8, who then stood in their way for them to be here. So, yeah, I'd agree. Complexity had a harder time of it, but Space Station, they have had historically a little bit better matchup, especially when you look back at the at how these teams have faced off against each other.
And already, we've seen some chances on both.
And Raze Bull starting it off.
Will score the first goal. We saw Daniel get a look earlier, but Raze Bull putting in, pass into himself off the corners in the pre-flip air dribble. You see that extra little air roll into the ball that pushed it by the defender.
I love that. Just that last little touch when he was air rolling through the ball onto the left meant that it gave it a smidge more power, meant that he was able to get it past that final defender. Great movement by Raze Bull as well. And he's not the man we've been looking at recently, though, because it's CRR and LJ, the two newest players on this roster. CRR removing LJ from that game just then as he demoed him off the pitch. It's been a battle of the newbies, and it's the first time these two rosters are facing each other. Which one is going to have the slightly better go?
CRR doubling the lead.
He's the one scoring, and he's the one giving that 2-0 lead to Complexity.
Well, does that answer the question?
Not yet, James. Not yet.
You know, you're right. It's very early on, but already Complexity 2 goals over Space Station. The Space Station team, after seeing how dominant they were in the Fall Open, in the Swiss stage, even in the last main event, Swiss stage, looking very, very good. But now
Daniel
the response, Daniel
takes the lead and half or however you say that. Cuts it in half.
I love that idea from LJ. No, he's going to go for that shot because Razor's probably going to cover most things he goes for. So it pips it off the wall and then goes instantly for that demo. Opens the net up so that Daniel can have a nice easy shot on target. Great play, good team play. Selfless as well, which is what you're going to be needing. So if you can feed Daniel, then you got a good chance in this series.
And also LJ didn't have to get a bump there, but would have been able to if there was anyone in position to even go for that save. So a nice response by Space Station. They still find themselves trailing. We're about halfway through the game. CRR, raise bull, there's a double commit. Arsenal trying to keep this pressure going before AJG finally can clear it out, but it's right to Daniel, and Daniel was able to maintain control for that first touch. It has support from LJ. The drop down.
The bump. Arsenal decides not to go for it until now, but almost does it.
He was left completely open to shoot on now. I think Complexity thought he was going to take that shot, meant that they were going to be sitting back a touch more, but Arsenal just did not fancy going for it.
Daniel.
But it hasn't led to any goals going in, so not detrimental necessarily, but a clear-cut chance for Arsenal, playing a little bit on the safe side.
Yeah, the safe side, and you wonder if that's the right call when you're already trailing, but perhaps Arsenal is not wanting to gamble too much, especially when it is just a one-goal game. It opens up that 0-second play. We're seeing a lot of possession for Space Station before CRR finally gets a clear out. Arsenal, there's a flip reset. It'll pop it high, but doesn't do much for the clear. AJG staying in the play with a little pinch pass down, but no one from Complexity was there for a fast shot.
Arsenal gets to clear out. And goes to Daniel. Whoa, what a read.
Super awkwardly, and double commit from AJG and CRR leaves it to Razor to clear up that mess that they've generated. Only 50 boosts now. AJG has the ball worked around him, and LJ wants him to
Try to get something. Almost did.
Standing in the way. The best performer on Complexity yesterday, and he outperformed in general every player on Space Station. He had just a higher rating overall. However, he was individually outplayed on pretty much every stat. So he was a lot more consistent than all of Space Station put together. But then when you look at it as more of a minute details, and when you see them specialize, that's where Space Station really started to put it together.
Space Station, a solid unit. Same could be said for Complexity. But you're right, CRR topping the charts offensively for Complexity, but Razebull also doing a fair amount of lifting.
And it's an open net for Complexity. Nope, never mind. It's off the post. And 30 seconds left. Space Station could come back in this.
And that blue decal, LJ, threw me for a loop. Because I thought you were going for the shot, and then you didn't, because actually you're on the orange team. Very confusing. Lovely decal regardless. I still like your Space Station, but my word, LJ, just pick the other one, man. That was...
And Daniel ties it up!
Daniel, the top scorer from yesterday.
Wow, what a... What an event. The open net missed led to the tying up of Space Station Gaming.
They gave away that opportunity. And Space Station, they have had most of the possession this game, and now stealing pinch. Daniel will boom it downfield. LJ,
I see. We're gonna go to overtime, or is LJ gonna just take it the whole way?
LJ putting a hand up. Arsenal pre-flip will keep the ball in play. CRR back down.
Overtime, game one.
Nobody from Space Station there, and now Space Station a chance to steal game one when they were trailing.
I think that open net is going to haunt Complexity if they can't win this game. They had time to shoot, they had time to go for it. But instead, as that one goes from the backboard, LJ can clear it away. But CRR knows where that ball is going. And in the first 15 seconds, it's been Complexity pushing as hard as they can. That blue side, the tidal wave sweeping over the orange part of our pitch. Arsenal could drop it into Daniel. Instead, wants to go solo. And again gets the second reset. LJ wants to commit on that ball and does so. With Razor on the backboard. It's going to get low on boost. Only 30. Sent long by CRR, and Daniel with a vital touch high. And then the second touch midfield.
And LJ? Almost got the double touch to take the game. What an upset that would have been for Complexity. After pretty much having the lead the entire game, could have doubled their lead again and gave it up. LJ, good save. Good 50 from Arsenal.
Going blow for blow.
That's three convincing chances I think we've seen for both teams in the first minute of this overtime. Nobody wanting to find that open net miss, trying to ride on the momentum of Space Station Gaming. Different methods going into it, but both want that same end result of a goal going there, where with LJ at the back, just trying to pick it around with Raisel going for a demo, then a pass back to AJG. Those two teammates being able to link up to be vital, but instead Daniel can send it long. Raisel high with CRR, this time not committed.
Demo from AJG.
It's been plaguing Complexity somewhat, can go high over the top again of a defender. The next 40 seconds has very much been even split yet again.
This is a chance for Arsenal, wants to slow it down. CRR getting back. CRR on the back check has been doing very well, helping Complexity out in tight situations. And now Complexity have possession at the mid.
I see. 2-minute overtime so far.
Daniel airborne. That's always scary if you're on the other team, seeing Daniel flying with boost in the ball. The challenge now, a nice first touch from Raisel, flip reset ball to the backboard, double tap is too high, but it was a threatening play. Raisel almost making it happen for Complexity.
And didn't have the boost to get himself over that ball either, hence he just had to do whatever he could, try and get the assist, but it does get saved away. And CRR, that man, continuing on with those Spanish roots and just going for the bim bam.
Alright.
Chasing the ball.
Almost a 3-minute overtime so far.
I love watching it. That import from him, the fact that he's come over to North America and he's doing incredibly well in this game is huge. He gets moved from the pitch this time. He's going to be swinging that back corner alongside AJG. You can just about tip it around the side.
This could go either way.
LJ in the mid, just picked up that 100 boost, naked around 3 defenders. Can he pass out? Doesn't need to. Gets the bump.
Daniel almost scores.
Forcing it up the ramp.
What a save from Complexity.
Really clutch defensive plays, but now pass Daniel off the ceiling.
That would have been an insane overtime score.
Was sitting on the backboard.
The stream doesn't look to be doing too well, but
Arsenal's going to fight to get that ball out mid, but Raisel taps it around him and maintains control. The 50 at the mid will leak out to CRR. Now back to Daniel, who hits it to the corner, self-pass play. Now pass off the corner, LJ and Arsenal are up. Now it's going to be a chance for Daniel to slow the play down, and he does, and he needed to, because that would have been a numbers advantage for Complexity. Still a shot comes in, but it's easily saved by LJ.
This is game 1. We're under 4 minutes into this.
almost a whole game in OT in game 1 of the series.
Shots, a lot of them being shut down before they're registered, but we're seeing easily over 10 aside. Daniel now putting that into the back left corner. Arsenal to pick it up, only 5 boosts, hoping for 100, but it doesn't spawn. AJG knows it, and AJG goes to strike. 50 boost on Daniel to the midfield, but only 5 remaining, and we're just seeing it get trickled away on the side of SSG. The patience game for Complexity. They yesterday were waiting back in their own defensive third, almost the highest amount out of any team that we saw. A lot of midfield play from them, and rarely were they committing into that final third unless they had that clear-cut opportunity to shoot and score. And CRR
Almost just had an open net.
Arsenal trying to clear that ball to safety. Now raise ball denied by Daniel, who's been a force on that backboard.
We are 30 seconds away from having a full game in overtime.
Arsenal will get a second tip. Daniel, oh, you see Raisel actually messed up his flip. Will be late to the challenge. AJG and CRR both jump. Now Arsenal going to try to get this back to the middle. LJ
And LJ!
double tap, and Space Station will lock in game 1.
Takes the game.
Battle of the new kids on the block. The first blood goes to LJ from the crossbar and down. Raisel, all he can do is try to put a hand up. I learned that earlier.
LJ clutching it out when it mattered.
Hand up to block it.
That's huge for Space Station. Their momentum's gonna be crazy now.
Wasn't able to slap that ball away. Space Station taking game number 1.
And I mean, both CRR and LJ, the new kids on the block.
SSG 1-0.
On these rosters, both having moments in the game, but LJ, that last one.
Is the stream okay, by the way? It looks a bit glitchy on my end.
Bounced straight out. It looked like it did come down a little bit, but still LJ read it perfectly and was able to.
That's so unfortunate.
2 full games of Rocket League were played there, and Complexity is going to be kicking themselves, Stumpy. They had this game firmly in their control and gave up that goal in the final 10 seconds.
You just hate to see it. You hate to see the ball roll in the net and you're thinking, that's in, that's not in. Oh dear, I've shot that just slightly too wide. They weren't able to finish it either. LJ with his increasingly confusing decal managed to save it away and just made sure that Space Station got that final goal and then managed to take that game. But on Aquadome, will things be different? Because Complexity...
Alright, good to know, good to know.
Incredibly tight game from them. Just one moment decided the fate.
And an open net from Space Station. Open net kickoff goal from Space Station. Arsenal getting the lead.
After getting the kickoff, is able to get that small pad landing on it and pulling the trigger quickly. Arsenal doing everything himself, unassisted.
I mean, we saw, what was it, 2 or 3 kickoff goals in that previous game? Both teams being so strong and yet also so weak on them, managing to take control of those situations as and when it falls into their favour. So, going to want to be seeing that, I'm sure, Complexity get a nice early goal. But we've very much gone past that realm of the kickoff goal time as LJ into the
What a demo.
move by AJG. Missile finding its way onto that devastating play.
Daniel going for a 50. It pinches.
Oh, it was in the net, but LJ gets back in the save.
Comfortably has it. Now Arsenal
Don't know what I just said, but whatever.
ball stopped down by Raisbull, but it's to LJ. Arsenal gets the bump on CRR, but not after CRR.
Daniel looking to double lead.
Space Station
Doesn't get anything quite yet. LJ.
locked down in this quarter quite a bit, even in the previous
Arsenal fakes to Daniel. Daniel try to go for the redirect. It doesn't matter. LJ and Arsenal both commit for it. Arsenal is back though, and Daniel gets there. LJ looked like he was trying to go for the bump, then decided to go for the redirect. Daniel has the ball to Raceable. Arsenal trying to... I cannot speak. Trying to pass it out to mid.
But that's also the risk you take by being a more defensively minded team.
We have seen a lot of those
Alright,
defensively minded
Daniel.
teams have a lot
3
of
minutes,
success.
30 seconds left. Space Station is still open 1. They have... Complexity has time.
You know, who are very offensive, getting most of the wins, but we have seen teams thinking like Veloce in the past who have been very defensive, and it's worked out.
But yeah, we'll see.
Worked out, but it's not exactly exciting Rocket League.
And it looks to be an open net.
Then season 8, I believe, Veloce when they had that overtime game. But a goal coming in. Daniel sending it long. Arsenal.
AJG just was not back quite enough.
Arsenal shamelessly stealing that one away from his compatriot.
And Complexity caught out. Arsenal, another goal.
Daniel, 50s. Gets the bump on CR, but still recovers to get it. Arsenal tries to fake it to Raisable.
They already have one top 4 finish. Another one here would put them in such a fantastic position looking at the Rotterdam Major.
I wonder if they're able to clutch at all. I'm throwing that question into the ether and hoping that direct ears pick up on it. Because there must be some kind of situation where they're going to be able to, seeing as, you know, they did so well in the previous event. So ideally, they're going to be hoping that they're going to be able to squeak their way in. But Complexity, they had that performance. They went 10th. They did not do very well in the full open. They need to get something today. Going 8th from 10th isn't quite what you're going to be needing. I appreciate that both these teams aren't going to be in our 3rd invitational-based regional. And that goal... potentially
CRR cuts the lead in half for Complexity. Was about a little under the halfway point.
Expecting a high shot, and once he went up there, the low shot completely threw him off. Arsenal not able to make that defensive play, and that gives some hope now for Complexity. And this is, it's so interesting as well, Stumpy, just seeing Complexity.
And LJ takes the lead right back.
LJ, I thought I had a moment, but LJ decides to put one in, and this one again quickly off kickoff, and it was thanks to a 50-50.
LJ.
Just goes for boost.
Nice shot from LJ.
LJ quickly whipping himself round that left side of the ball and then just smashing it towards the net.
Space Station are looking good.
As soon as you cannot kick off, go for the sheer speed of it. Nothing accurate needed. Just send it, and he did so. And James, I really do want to hear your point that you were about to make earlier as well.
Well, I was just gonna say NA is in a very interesting spot. You thought things were interesting when Complexity decided to move to NA to compete. They were the top dog in South America, and now they're in a situation where they're trailing Furia, a team that they had bettered during their time in South America, and now Complexity bring over a European player in CRR, and they're fighting from behind. This really does seem like it is a moment of desperation for Complexity in this split, and maybe even this year.
And they need this series win, otherwise making the major is incredibly difficult for them. They going to just has not helped them. Even when we saw, G2 going out in 9th, I think it was in the end yesterday, that's going to make their major considerably
Almost got the fourth goal.
Okay, lads, we just need to get top 8 again, and then we've secured it. It then becomes a case of, lads, we need to like get second or first to actually make that major, and
We got to make the finals. And
Yeah.
with an NA region that is more stacked than it's ever been.
I completely agree. Yeah, I've never seen NA this strong, and it's so much fun to watch. It's an incredibly fun region to watch. I'm like, it gets late in EU when I'm watching, and I'm still like wrapped around like in a blanket near my computer watching. Like, oh my gosh, this is incredible. I can't wait to watch them.
If you like the international matchups, just watch NA. That's all you need.
Exactly. And NA regional is essentially just a mini major now.
And that's what it feels like. And so far, Space Station has had everything in their control.
Space Station looking like they're about to take game 2 and double the series lead. Trying to go maybe for the sweep on Complexity. We'll see. Complexity will most likely call a timeout after this. But we'll see if Space Station lets that work or not. Space Station, take game 2.
Get the boost, move around the pitch in such a dominant fashion where Complexity really could not work their way out. And I want to put
AJG with 72 points. We've had a lot of low-scoring teams today. Or low-scoring players.
and zeros across the board. Not a goal, not an assist. Sorry, I do, James. Gosh, you're very on it today.
I was going to say, 72 boost is one thing. 72 points?
He should have spent it and got a goal. No, he had also 0 goals, 0 assists, 0 saves, 0 shots. That was an atrocious game from AJG, and I believe we just said that a timeout is being called for Complexity. Yes, just 100% you need it.
You're right. You definitely need it because, I mean, it's tough seeing it from Complexity's perspective where that game
Space Station Gaming take the lead 2-0 in the series.
We should have won that game. We should have had that game. We gave it up in the final seconds.
Now Complexity called timeout.
To lose the lead in those final seconds, but also go for a decent overtime. It was almost 5 minutes of overtime, and to lose it against that LJ double tap off the crossbar, that takes a toll. I mean, emotionally, mentally, that takes a toll. And so we're already seeing in a game 2. I mean, game 2, Complexity already calling a timeout. So this really feels like Stumpy. Oh, they're not.
They're not. I apologize. I misheard.
72 boost, false timeout. Stumpy, you're making this tough for me.
It's been a long day. It's 8:45. I'm an old man. I'm normally in bed at this point. Leave me alone.
I thought you moved to NA too, so I'm glad. I just didn't even realize. I apologize.
If only. But no, it's
Open net for CRR. And takes the lead early for Complexity.
may well be the magic that they need.
Arsenal. I don't know if he lost sight of CRR or what, or maybe thought that touch would kick it even harder out to the sidewall, but gets cut off. And so we see a freebie for Complexity in CRR. Space Station, will find themselves trailing early, and this is the position that Complexity was in last game after the
Arsenal. Wow, that was a clean play for what it went in.
We've had a couple of opportunities to get proper highlight reel goals in this.
And LJ completely whiffing.
And yet they just haven't
But Arsenal's there to save it. To Daniel.
I want to be seeing something incredible.
Has no boost though.
The previous match, where he was just sending in sling slang after sling slang. Let's see what you can do, boys. Let's see what magic you conjure up. The first minute has seen a few opportunities for Daniel on that left.
Daniel has no boost. Getting boost starved. The whole team.
And Arsenal can move in behind him. Great movement by Daniel to open up Arsenal into that play with the 100 boost stolen from the opposite corner. He can now continue pushing in the midfield. Daniel's aggression is unmatched at the moment.
Daniel, such a threat. Oh, we've seen it, but LJ
Not the best touch for Daniel.
Arsenal tapping it out.
Luckily, no one was really there to make a play on it.
First touch, setting up an air dribble.
LJ.
For the dunk, it does come back.
Arsenal misses.
Doesn't make contact, and now the tables have turned, and Daniel stands tall on defense to deny that chance for Complexity.
And then starts moving
And
down
almost an
the
open net.
opportunity. But if there's one man that you need
Raise
to
ball.
defend from that
LJ
point,
clears it.
it's
Or
gonna be
tries to hit it,
Daniel.
but 50's at raise ball.
1v1 players, North America have
Arsenal.
ever seen.
Trying to make a play here.
Proves it, I'm
It's
sure,
it.
every single game that we've
Not
seen
over
him
CR.
in. He is phenomenal. He's never lost that touch.
Demo.
Clear it away, tries to bump Arsenal out of the way, and Arsenal
Arsenal, what a... It doesn't matter, CRR misses. And Space Station with 3 minutes left, ties it up.
Daniel.
CRR was coming back
What a play, what a pass from Arsenal.
ball was going in. Dove at it to try to save it, but I mean it wasn't really that close. It hit fairly far out near the post. And it was an easy goal now, and that has to hurt for Complexity. That is a
Arsenal looking to double lead. Doesn't matter. It was over Daniel. But Daniel still gets back to save it.
I think he had a decent number of boosts. I think that's where he just come from, but yeah, it wasn't quite ready for that one to be just a touch out. LJ though being able to clear the one onto the ramp. AJG with a miss this time.
Could have been set up for Space Station, but they didn't want to commit. Ooh, LJ.
Shooting, saving by Raiseball. Every attack from Space Station is coming from a different part of the pitch. Their heat map looks mental right now.
They're burning that field up. CRR gonna try to douse them right now with his flip reset, and it's gonna be a rebound. But AJG, oh, he does
Takes the lead. AJG takes the lead.
He had taken too long, but no, there was so much space for AJG that he's able to find his mark.
Daniel only just landed and immediately goes that jump because the ball just goes directly above him. Theoretically, he can get to it, but AJG took the perfect amount of time, sends it in calculatedly in an awkward spot for Daniel.
Let's see, can Complexity take game 3 and bring themselves back in the series? Or will Space Station do what they normally do, take the lead back, and then upset again? Not the best play from Arsenal.
2 minutes remaining. Complexity, this lead starting to hold itself a little bit more firm, but CRR does not manage to get that boost. He's going to be a little bit stunted on this defense.
Daniel
attacking. This is just the rotation from SSG holding Complexity back, where they're quite happy to be at home, but you just feel like it's only a matter of time.
It does feel like it, especially after witnessing Complexity give up the lead in the final 10 seconds in game 1. This lead not safe. We're seeing a lot more demos on both sides of the ball. LJ and Arsenal both on the same wall. This is going to give a chance to Raiseball and AJG, but that pinch on the 50 going to slow things down. Complexity, it looks promising for a moment. Still, now they have a
Complexity looking to double lead. Arsenal saves.
but Arsenal able to get there in time. The power on Raiseball's shot wasn't enough.
You see the power and the venom that Complexity are able to supply as and when they get these opportunities to shoot. They're not going to force the issue. They're not going to keep penning SSG back into their own half. They're going to wait. They're going to bide their time, collect the boost, and then go for that 3.
See, a little under a minute left. Can Space Station tie it up? Almost. CRR clears it, but Daniel has it.
Oh, he's got a chance to dish it. Does get a little tip and wanted to get the bump on Raiseball, but Daniel not able to make that play.
Onto the backboard, Arsenal goes to find nobody. Instead, Raiseball is able to clear it away straight to CRR. Goes onto the opposition backboard now, and 100 boost. Daniel, 2 terrifying words. The Complexity are going to be able to shut down quite quickly. CRR removed for his troubles. The back left corner, LJ to the sky. Ceiling is not found, and AJG can thwart that attempt.
A little bit of miscommunication there from Daniel. Cut in when Arsenal had one more touch. And Complexity seconds away from locking in this first win. It's still up, and Daniel tried to pre-flip to it, but it
Complexity take game 3 without a timeout.
be able to close out game 3 and get their first win of the series.
I also like just right at the end, we saw AJG face with an open net and a ball that was bouncing quite nicely, and he thought, nah, I'm not going to risk me absolutely skying this, sending it on the backboard, then we get counter-attacked, because I will get just destroyed for that online. So let it touch the ground. Complexity having their wherewithal to get that game number 3. Great play from them as well, and that was much more
Alright,
their game too.
let's see what happens. Space Station still have the lead, the advantage in the series.
They've got 7. It was
But Complexity looking good.
on the side of Complexity just to hold it back and then wait to attack, then go for those shots. Only 6 shots in total, shooting about a third. Great performance by them. That's the game that Complexity excel at.
It was, and also notably AJG, very important player in that game, got that rebound off the Raiseball flip reset shot and put it top shelf. That is a bounce back game from AJG. Only 72 points.
Yeah, true.
In the previous game, and now getting that goal in such a tight one. That was a big moment for him.
The man on the screen is going to be going into the back corner for kickoff as CRR.
Daniel trying to go for the bump. Arsenal decides not to go for it.
Left goes rule, which I respect. I like it. Raiseball then passing central. AJG with a chance to shoot.
Arsenal just gets the save.
Normally, you know, we try and work into a series with a little bit of conversation and then going into the casting. This is immediate fire from Complexity coming out. They are
Ooh, crossbar.
AJG going for the
LJ, what a save.
In and out. And LJ gets the pass over. Hard
And
shot.
almost.
Does enough to get it out, and AJG
What a
will tip it to safety, but
play.
that
Almost went in.
was a bam-bam play right there.
What just happened?
What a fake from LJ.
Thousand plays in one. I feel like I've just seen every eventuality when nobody scored.
Yeah, there was no warm-up time in this game. It was 0 to 100.
Incredible as LJ now wants to continue that. Maybe go to 111. Arsenal trying to touch that down with CRR blocking him out. Of course, to Daniel again because who else? Trading lives. Space Station Gaming and Complexity sent high again, but Raiseball faces nobody to challenge him.
LJ would have saved.
On the line, just on the crossbar again. Arsenal
Doesn't matter. No one get back, and AJG take the lead.
from zero to hero and a goal scorer in number 4.
And this was so difficult for Space Station because Daniel had actually side flipped before going to up to that first challenge, and that gave the space to Complexity, and the defense from Space Station just never recovered. Brief moment of weakness, and Complexity able to capitalize on the mistakes of Space Station. Space Station find themselves trailing. They started out this series with the 2 game wins, but Complexity has managed to stop the bleeding, and now with this lead, perhaps they have the upper hand.
I really don't want to harp on about AJG's performance a couple of games ago, but he's already over doubled those points. He has turned it on. He is now looking spectacular, and
What a whiff from Arsenal.
I think not. He is absolutely integral.
LJ gets a nice clear out.
AJG, I mean, you look at that game that he had, and almost
Daniel
would be a
almost in the correct position.
not only has it
LJ has to rush back though, 0 boost. Hits it over to Arsenal,
great games.
who also has 0 boost. Daniel, only one that really has any boost here.
Outlier of a player that does all
Doesn't
that
matter.
work. They really are a team unit. Raiseball
Arsenal still 0 boost. LJ still only has like 30. Now only 12.
has AJG in the midfield. We'll leave it for AJG.
And AJG doubled the lead.
He slots it.
2 goals, 3 shots. AJG is astonishing. The pass from
And what a bump on Arsenal.
Bump opens it up. Great play.
Yeah, you saw it. Arsenal getting blasted. And the comms were so good there. I mean, Raiseball jumping up for that ball. It makes the defense think for a split second he might be going for a flip reset double tap in the corner to try to get the pass out to the mid, but no, lays off the ball and lets AJG take the shot. And not only does that, but gets the bump on top. So much value added from that Raiseball jump. Well done by Complexity, and now another scoring chance. AJG was ready.
AJG is feeling great right now.
And you've got to shut down that backboard exactly as LJ did. Otherwise, that is going to be a goal, and LJ is more than aware of it. Raiseball 15 with that player in question, CRR, and being bumped away by his own teammate. Isn't able to push on that ball, but AJG in a great position to keep that pressure going despite that rotational error that we just saw. LJ, that patience to stay grounded. Otherwise, he gets dunked by CRR. Daniel, onto the ceiling.
Alright.
Continue with that ball.
A minute and 46 seconds left. Arsenal, not Arsenal, Space Station
And SSG really
has to get something going here.
that we've seen them excel at in the previous games.
Where is it? Still scoreless. Only have a minute and a half left to play. Daniel flip reset ball. Late flip. No, doesn't even flip. Goes for a bump on AJG instead. LJ with the corner boost steal. Raiseball. It looks like he had an input problem. Wasn't able to get that in the corner. And you see Arsenal trying to bully that ball through. Complexity finally getting a clear out. And oh man!
What a shot, but it misses just off the post.
Counter attack again. This is non-stop action.
Just throwing a tennis ball between
And Arsenal cuts the lead in half for Space Station.
smash it
A
home.
minute left, they can come back.
Pass over from Daniel, knows he can just get the 50, bounces brilliantly as well, and then goes for that bump. Raiseball up, does make contact, but because it was forced by Dan, he's not able to get anything from it. A minute remaining. SSG very much still in this fight.
There has been some moments of intense action. That one looked like it was
With
going to
a
be a
bump.
deflection goal, and then before you know it, a goal for Space Station, and that net was very vulnerable if Moore was on that shot. So Space Station going to be thanking their stars that that one did not go in. But only 45 seconds left. Space Station still trailing. Despite winning those first 2 games, look like they're about to lose 2 straight. Arsenal has LJ in the middle. The pass comes. The shot is blocked.
Attempt that just missed.
Able to be getting, or rather those demos that we saw Arsenal get. It just
LJ.
for that passing opportunity.
Right to AJG.
Wanting to push and press. 20 seconds. Arsenal again getting that ball central. LJ, oh my gosh. Passing the ball off to the right. There's too many J's in this game.
Daniel, no J, but he shoots it. And now LJ hunting, looking for a bump. Corner boost is his. AJG wants to slow it down. Arsenal keeps it up. No jump. The pass into the middle. It's required. AJG with a tip. Raise the wants to get this to the ground, and it's enough of a fake to keep Space Station on
Complexity.
the ball. But that was a
Take game 4 and tie the series back up.
hold on, but man, was it close.
Raise ball, faking there, makes me want to be sick. The confidence that he knows that he can just let that ball go, let it drop, and LJ is not close enough to get to it is phenomenal. I'm blown away that he went for that rather than just a bit of a weak touch and then let AJG or CRR in to clear it away. And now, James, I can confirm we do have a timeout. I got it correct.
Are you sure?
It
And
says timeout on the
who
screen.
called it? Who called it?
It was Space Station Gaming, James.
All right. I believe you because I see it on the screen.
Thank you, man.
And I think it's a necessary timeout as well for Space Station. It looked like, this series was theirs. They had the slow start, but they managed to fight back, steal game 1. And then it was a comfortable game 2 victory. And that was the game 2 where AJG only had 72 points. It seemed like this was, I was ready to call it for Complexity, but Complexity, they didn't call it timeout, but it seemed like they had something change in those series, and we're starting to see the whole team play come out. AJG really playing well from a shooting perspective. Precision shots from AJG have put Complexity over the top.
And they've also settled into their own game style. We were saying earlier that they like to sit back a little bit more, be a bit more defensive, spend all of that time in their own back third. They were one of the teams that were near the least amount of time in front of the ball. They like to defend. They relish that. And then when they get their chance, that's then when they throw dagger after dagger after dagger. And it was working in Space Station. I wonder if now that SSG are going to try and go for a couple more tricksy shots where they're going to try and demo a bit more, because that's where you're left vulnerable. If you're defending so often, you know where the players want to be on the defensive side. You know they're going to want to be near that goal. Where else are they going to defend? That just makes them more vulnerable to these demos.
It really does. And maybe that is the answer, stuff, because just looking at the games that Complexity won, and all the games that we've played so far, Complexity has not scored more than 2 goals in a game. They have not scored a whole bunch. But the defense from Complexity has what has elevated them to these last 2 wins. They've been making the stops, especially in the tight angles. And, the few opportunities that they've gotten, they really have had some precision shooting, primarily from AJG. So can they keep this going? Can they keep winning, only scoring 2 goals? Or will Space Station finally unlock that offensive firepower that we know they have?
This timeout potentially going against Complexity, though, because in our last 8 games...
Okay, whoever wins this is on match point. And what a play from LJ to start. Didn't go in, but it's a good attempt.
Statistically tough for them, but a game isn't won by statistics. It's won by who can get that ball in the opposite goal a bit more often.
This one a bit of a slower start. We've had some quick starts before.
I welcome it.
Yeah, just have a moment to settle into this one. LJ, a nice 50. Arsenal waiting in the middle, and AJG will get back. And that is something that Complexity has done well, is defending from behind, coming from behind the shooters and getting there just in time to mess up the shot. Especially CRR, been doing that quite a bit. Now Arsenal couldn't get over the ball. It skips out to the side. Raiseful to clear. Daniel setting it down for LJ, who hits it hard off the sidewall. Going for it again, but CRR Speedy will beat LJ out.
Daniel from his own backboard gets it onto the opposite side. Can't quite get the goal from it. Oh, AJG! Top bins, lad!
And an own goal.
AJG, you can just tell what he's thinking. He's thinking, oh no, someone's behind me. They're going to be taking the shot. I have to hit this right away, otherwise it's going in.
Well, Space Station take a lead. Unfortunately for Complexity, it was an own goal. It could not have happened.
Sometimes you don't have enough time to look in the rearview mirror. A panicked play and it bites them. AJG with the own goal.
He'd also already committed onto that flip, and you're not going to be changing your trajectory. Your animation has already begun. Sure, you're still a victim to physics, but if physics wants you to fling yourself at that ball, then physics be damned you're doing it.
That one's going to sting. AJG.
Let's see, can Complexity bring it back?
Getting a goal with some help. We'll see if they can put one more in. And there was
What a attempt from LJ.
But it went wide. Daniel has Arsenal. Arsenal doesn't use his boost to go after that play. Instead, will use it to get the corner boost steal. TRR up the sidewall. We saw Raiseful hunting Arsenal down, and now it's going to give a brief one-on-one moment. But
AJG with a save.
Will skip it high.
Push from SSG has been a little bit less threatening in this game, and yet they do have that lead. Complexity, they sat back on that defense, and it has not done them well so far. They're going to be changing that game plan, because that is also how they managed to win those previous couple of games. The reset game to CRR with no boost until he steals that corner 100. This leads now to Arsenal to push, but he misses that corner, well, that mid boost rather. The 100 instead going the way of Complexity, I believe. Touching the centre from Arsenal. Great interception by Dan. Towards the net, Raiseful diving in front of AJG. Do you remember those double commits earlier on in the series? Did not do Complexity any favours.
But Complexity, they really did benefit from that mid-boost miss from Arsenal. Not only do you not have boost as Arsenal, but then you're giving the opponents that full tank. Space Station, they recover nicely. Top Min's shot denied by AJG.
Okay, 2 minutes left. Complexity have to do something here if they really want to get back into this game. This is kind of the end of little to no pressure. You get to that minute mark, and there's a lot of pressure on you to tie this up.
Also a little bit earlier on, keeping just that one goal for them to chase, but a minute and a half remaining, and it falls to Arsenal to pass it. Daniel turning away from that, doesn't want to commit too hard onto it until he goes up against CRR. AJG off the backboard. Gets it around Arsenal, who then can grab the mid boost, but AJG is going to be a little bit stunted as he flies down with 0.
Trying to get back down to the ground quickly. Daniel going for it. Now it's Arsenal up against AJG. A nice 50 from AJG. The recovery there as well. But LJ will come in and close the play out. Daniel in a foot race with Raiseful. Raiseful self-pass. Gets it off the ceiling, and it goes high and out too far. CRR wanted the shot. Was hoping for that to bounce down a little bit better for him. Now we're under a minute left to go.
Alright, we passed the minute mark. Complexity, this is your kind of, you gotta score here.
No one from Complexity there to punch that one in.
Oh, you could bundle every
LJ has no boost. Daniel has to get a touch there. He does.
They weren't able to get too far out, and so it continues that pressure from Complexity. AJG catching in the mid with only 20 boost. He gets one reset. Can he slip and use it? No, instead LJ is going to be able to clear that ball away. CRR now corner bound and cleared away yet again. LJ touching the double commit. Pass though finds Arsenal from LJ's hit. Final 10 seconds. Complexity needs something, otherwise history sees this as an own goal loss.
Raiseful in reverse, trying to control it. LJ knows he needs to melt time. There's the flip reset.
And Daniel hits it down. Nope. AJG keeps it up, but it doesn't matter. Space Station Gaming win game 6 or 5. Win game 5 on an own goal.
Yeah, and stunting that push from Complexity after they lost 2 games SSG. Complexity winning those 2. That timeout vital. We are now at 7 out of of the last 9 timeouts taken have led to a win of the team that took that timeout, which is quite interesting, really, because both teams have the same amount of time. So it just all comes down to momentum.
Well,
It's quite
it's unfortunate,
interesting to
but it
consider
happens.
what actually is the difference. Why do they end up winning a bit more? It shuts down the momentum. It changes how the losing team is going to approach the next game, whereas the winning team is just like, well, we know we're going to keep on doing that. We know that works because we won games out of it. So what else would we do? But now, Neo Tokyo, with no timeout, taken for complexity, an incredibly interesting choice.
It really is, especially after the stat you named, how most of the time it seems like timeouts work out for the team who called them. But complexity, with their tournament life on the line in this game on Neo Tokyo,
Okay.
keep on playing. No timeout.
Let's go. Space Station win this, they go to the semifinals or quarterfinals. Yeah, semifinals. Complexity win this, they stay alive and burn to a game 7.
They want it to be the most convincing statistics-based win that they are possibly going to be able to get. As it's cleared long from that defense by Daniel, immediately finding LJ to the backboard. CRR clearing it away, and the push from SSG, it starts instantly on this new map.
Raiseball in the corner, half a tank of boost. It kicks
Right past Arsenal.
If that ball was a little slower, Arsenal would have had time to line up a shot, but that one shot out quick.
Arsenal gets there first.
Arsenal there as well, just being able to get that back 100
Takes it
and
slow.
down the change of pace.
Trying to get over AGG. He does.
Wonderful to witness. They go for
CR reads it and gets it.
Go just the threat.
Daniel.
Get this ball, go kitchen sink, everything, and then it's okay. We're gonna get the 100 boost and slow it down, and then we might try and speed it up. Then we might go for a demo. It to me feels like they have still got control of this series. They're still doing a great job in dictating the speed of play.
LJ misses.
Multiple looks from Space Station.
LJ gets the demo. But Raiseball 50s Daniel and kinda wins. Unfortunate bounce.
We've seen some
Straight to Arsenal.
goals scored on both ends, and even last game, the own goal, that was all there was. So we'll see if either one of these squads can find that magic.
Oh.
Almost a dunk goal for
And maybe an open net. Nope. CR is back.
was able to collect it, but almost a dunk goal.
But away from Raiseball.
Doesn't make
AJG's there. CR trying to go for the redirect. But it's a little too low.
Double commit from Arsenal and LJ, with the 100 boost stolen for LJ. CR then has to go all the way back into his own corner. Only 50 for Raiseball to push via. AJG now.
CR takes it. Right over LJ. But Arsenal is there to clear it.
Into the back corner. Daniel actually went mid for that, so he wasn't expecting this shot to come in, or rather the pass.
LJ hits the pass out, but Daniel is way past it. Gets the bump on Raiseball.
Daniel, and so LJ was going to have to be taken command
But
of this next
LJ unfortunately lands on Raiseball.
from Daniel. Daniel not having any boost, but could keep Raiseball off the ball. Goes for the buck to give LJ that space, and SSG eventually getting out of dodge with possession.
Arsenal no boost. Raiseball gets a weird touch.
In the corner, it is a fight for the ball.
Just doing any
LJ 50s just straight to Raiseball. Arsenal cuts through.
is that they can.
CR there for the save.
On this CRR, I thought was low on boost, but instead just preserved his incredibly. And LJ foregoing the ball to get the 100 boost instead that time. Just seeing how important that is. The bump not quite out on CRR. The pass did come in, but
Arsenal gets the bump. Doesn't matter. AJG is there to clear and take it and get it right over LJ. Daniel misses, but it's still not in.
saved away by nobody other than the pitch itself.
Arsenal no boost. But LJ comes in and takes it right to CR. Then back to Arsenal. Then back to Arsenal again. Raiseball's there, and it's right over Daniel. And that is an open net because there's a bump. Complexity take lead. And a little under 2 minutes left.
Everything the complexity needed again on that
CR, crazy read
the ball. No, he just needs
on the bump
LJ across.
on LJ.
Sends him into the corner. Brilliant play.
Great play from Complexity.
As well. We saw how effective that was when B1
That could be the only goal of this series, and they could bring it to a game 7 with that goal.
series because of a play like that.
Can Space Station bring it back? Looks like they're about to.
Sometimes all you need is a bump.
And there's a bump.
Not the prettiest of goals, but a goal nonetheless. And Daniel
And CRR.
mistimed.
Arsenal with a crazy read.
Realized too late that that ball
AJG 50 still wins. Wins again. Straight to Daniel. Daniel gets the weird touch. Raiseball's there, just goes to LJ. Takes the boost though.
in the corner. Daniel
Don't know how, but he does.
going for it again, but LJ will pinch it out. Arsenal out, flip reset. Going for the bump.
LJ's got it. Put it straight to CRR. Daniel, it's open. And Daniel puts it in with a minute left.
Daniel, his car is heavy.
That man is 5.5 foot of solid lead. Just straight into that ball, sandwiches it, and then straight onto it. Like a whippet, kicks it in the net.
Daniel ties it up with a nice play. A lot of bumps happen there. Raisable looking to take the lead back. Doesn't get anything. Right over CR to Raisable. Raisable gets it over Daniel. LJ to Arsenal. Faking. CR is there.
But CRR able to clear it out. AJG has CRR in the middle. AJG wants to go for the dunk himself, and it's pinched out to the corner. Daniel gets the demo on the wall, and now is upfield, but goes off the ball.
CR is there to clear it out. LJ is going to take it slow over AJG. CR doesn't get the greatest touch, but Raisable is there to clear it. Daniel takes the lead back, and then Raisable again out of nowhere just comes and takes the ball back. AJG takes it as well. Hits it over just to LJ. AJG gets the bump. Raisable trying to get the clear. Does kind of get it. Daniel has 0 boost. Trying to get the really cool shot that would have happened. But it doesn't. We're on to overtime in game 6. Complexity need the win to stay alive. AJG, Space Station. I'm losing my mind. Space Station need the win to go to the semifinals for 2 regionals in a row. Complexity, point-wise, need this more. And that's an own goal. Daniel, own goals to give us Complexity to go to a game 7.
From a 5-minute overtime to just a 20-second overtime.
I don't know why CR looks so depressed. He won. He's probably just stressed, to be honest with you.
NRG beat Optic in their game 7. Version 1 beat Furia in their game 7. And it is up to whoever takes this game to go through into those semis to face off versus FaZe or Gen G. What a matchup that is we got later on. But until then, do we see a timeout from Complexity? They just won, but they've not used it. So I'm intrigued.
We haven't yet. Honestly, this feels like a Rocky movie. A bunch of watching Complexity get beat up, but they just don't stay down. And all of a sudden, we find ourselves in the Game 7 decider.
Complexity, they can do this all day. They don't care. They're standing back up. They're shaking off the bruises. And they don't use their timeout. Complexity, are you aware that you've got it? Are you aware that you've got to use it?
Complexity doesn't need the timeout. They just brought it to a game 7 after going down 2-0.
And really,
Just saying.
this has been a bare knuckle brawl. They have been throwing punches. There's been so many scrappy goals, scrums, demos.
Let's see. Can there be once again another upset? Well, I don't know. The Optic probably would have been the upset.
They might not be pretty, but guess what, Stuffy? They still count.
Can we get once again another unexpected top 4 finish? I think a lot of people expected Energy to win, but still kind of mixed with Optic.
It's a baseball reference. I tried my best.
You did your best. That's all right.
It's late. It's now past 9 p.m.
I mean, it's even late in this series, going the distance all the way to Game 7. AJG
Good pass.
boom it up.
Daniel's there. AJG looks to read it again. Maybe get the open net, but nope. LJ's there.
By LJ, we're seeing demos come out.
To Daniel.
Vulnerable, but it was blocked. LJ leaves the ball for Arsenal. Self pass off the corner. Corner boost steal from Arsenal, who's going to shadow this ball, looking for a 50. LJ zooms in to help and wins that ball. SSG pushing, and now the shot comes in, but it's too high.
CR looking to do something about it.
Pad will flick it, and it's
LJ hits it up.
and it's into a nice spot. Daniel able to air dribble this ball out.
That counterattack, this time unsuccessful, but I don't think you can rely on them being unsuccessful, Space Station. You threw everything in that play, and you just escaped by the skin of your teeth. I think also we've spoken about LJ and Daniel quite a lot. I don't think we've spoken about Arsenal too much, because he's been on every play in pretty much every situation that I would want to see him in. I think that Arsenal has been a wonderful player for SSG in this match.
Arsenal seems to be
Energy gonna win it all?
almost always
Alright.
that holds this
A
team
lot of
together.
people have said that.
A very
We'll see
creative
tomorrow.
player.
Energy against version 1.
Loves
I think NRG stands more chance against version 1 than they did against Furia. So it could work. It just depends on who they face in finals. So it could happen. We'll have to see. Couple people have said Energy are taking this. Personally, I think it will be whoever wins the Genji face match. I think those are going to be one of the winners. I don't think there will be a lower of the lower end. Almost. Racebull, TJG, completely misses. CRR is there. TJG flips over. LJ doesn't get anything going. Right to Daniel. Over CRR to AJG.
Things not coming easy for Complexity, and this has not been an easy series for either team. CRR to the sideball. Arsenal leaves it for Daniel. Daniel looking for a bump, but no one jumped up for it. Late challenge, CRR. Now taking it to the ground. LJ given space. CRR with quality challenges. Buys time for his teammates to get boost, but Arsenal will go high. Back pass from AJG, and Racebull will clear it out. Saving boost.
Daniel takes boost. NRG SSG final. Alright, we'll see. That's if SSG wins this series right here. Currently in a game 7. They do have offensive looking pressure, but Complexity are still doing well. Pretty much whoever scores first goal right here. I'm gonna say whoever scores first goal takes it. Even though I said that about the Furia match. And then Furia lost. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But AJG clearing it.
Sees a player in the midfield, isn't able to get it past Daniel on that attempt. On the second, he finds Daniel yet again. The defense from him, and that monstrous flick. Jesus God, man.
Alright. Right over to CRR.
Almost to the ceiling.
Arsenal takes it. AJG is there. Gets the double. Daniel's up. Demo and CRR. Arsenal looks to be looking for more demos. It gets pinched. CRR clears it.
This one leaks out to Arsenal to pinch to the opposite corner. I guess we'll call that the space station corner, even though it's in Complexity's half. Arsenal with control. Final 30 seconds. Still no goal has been scored.
I think Space Station have got
Alright, let's see.
back corner, to be honest. They have been there more than we've seen Complexity there, but on their
Almost. Daniel gets a save.
making that clutch save. Final 15 seconds as Racebull puts something deadly on that net. LJ in the sky. Arsenal waiting in the corner.
Almost in overtime. Unless Complexity decides they want to do something here.
We were praising him earlier, but that was certainly a misplay. AJG
Oh.
top of one, but Daniel able to get
Raisable 50s.
down for
And LJ lets it go to overtime. Alright, game 7 OT.
semi-finals await for our next goal scorers.
Let's see.
Space Station won game 1 over.
Who is it gonna be?
We saw Complexity win game 6 overtime. Who will have
Oh, almost.
early chance denied by Racebull.
Raisable hits it straight to Arsenal. CRR is there. Raisable has possession. LJ gets a slight little touch on it. Raisable's demoed. CRR pushes up but has no boost. AJG over AJG over Raisable over CRR, but AJG is there.
Daniel putting all the legwork. He just needed someone to commit.
CRR with a great save. Raisable with a great save. AJG with a clear.
It is frenetic on that back line for Complexity.
Complexity have like no boost, but they are making. I don't know. They look good, but straight to Arsenal. Arsenal hits it too high. To Daniel. AJG gets the clear. To Raisable. Raisable gets a great clear out. LJ. Daniel.
They are saviors of the highest
Raisable.
Complexity.
Trying to clear this out. Does get the clear out. Great pinch.
Stars across the pitch. I can't believe that the
LJ's there. Right to CR.
it sums up how they play
To Raisable.
shoot on the knee.
Daniel's there.
With Daniels getting it
No one for Complexity pushing up.
Arsenal worth committing on that ball.
Boost taken.
Shoot on that open
Raisable has to get that. He does.
I feel was just luring them in.
CRR clears it, but just to Daniel. Arsenal with a bit of a pick on Raisable. CRR there, getting the demo. But AJJ manages to get the save. Right over to Raisable. CRR. AJG there. LJ. Arsenal. CRR. LJ takes it, gets the double. Scary game right here. Both these teams kind of need, well, not really. SSG can make a good run, even if they go out here. Complexity. Just to Daniel. Complexity's looking good. They just got to get something going on offense. And this is the start of it. CRR. Daniel gets it clear. Raise full.
Daniel, that was a nice stop. CRR, off the backboard. Daniel didn't make contact, but the shot didn't come through either.
Raise full, good save. Raise full, good 50, but it's still out. AJG misses. But CRR gets the flick over. LJ to Daniel. AJG with a great read. Raiseful, trying to go for something but couldn't. Over AJG to CRR, who gets bumped.
We saw the quick overtime go the way of Complexity, but the long overtime right at the start, that went the way of SSG, when just the weight of their pushes just wore down Complexity. Again, a shot.
And there it is. Daniel takes it. And Space Station go to the semifinals. The 1-0 overtime. Wow, we've had some crazy series today. I did not expect that to go to Game 7, and it did.
I'm in buckets of sweat from how tense that ended up being from the caster booth. I can't imagine how they're feeling. And look at the
3 Game 7s.
Good man, farm the impressions. I don't think you can do it quite as well as apparently Jack is doing somehow.
One more series. Let's see how that goes.
To just make sure that everybody knows how much that series means to him, I'm sure. And Chrome, he had his 2 hands together, praying. We did it. We're in the semi-finals.
And for Complexity, this
3 Game 7s. Can we get the 4th?
This has been all the let's talk about the teams they have had to play in this event. Optic, Genji, FaZe, version 1, and now Space Station. It doesn't get
It could happen. It could happen. We'll still have to wait till tomorrow.
5 or 7 versus Optic, V1, and SSG. The only sweep was when they won versus Genji. Otherwise, they lost once to FaZe, and that is a phenomenal run. That proves why they are one of the best teams here. They were let down a little bit by their first performance in our Fall Open, but here they have absolutely shown up. They just couldn't get it done today. Space Station gave
We'll have to see. Who will Space Station face tomorrow? NRG, I can see beating V1. Makes sense. But SSG, that's the question. Will they beat FaZe? Could. Will they beat Genji? Also could. But which of those will it be? Could be, could be. Best player in the game? That's debatable to some people. Okay. Well, there it is. We have a couple of crazy games. Let's see what's happening over in the other regions. I think we're just done. The Samfall Cup Open Qualifier is about to start. Okay. Alright. And this is top 5. I think Chicago is up there, but he's got to play perfect. If he doesn't play perfect, it's kind of just going downhill. That's just me, though. That's what I think. A lot of birthdays today. Cosmic Flippy, Karos, Lunar, Tivar, Knight. I don't think that's the same night. Well.
Feels good to be safe. Get Spectrum One with 300 megabit internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and unlimited mobile for $49.99 a month.
Okay. Alright. See you then. I'll be streaming hopefully the rest of the games, and then probably ending almost right after the next series. So, yeah, guess I'll see you then. Alright, final series of the day, Gen G phase.
21 possible games to be played so far, and we
Okay.
all of them. Game 7 overtime again. Space Station able to upset Complexity.
Let's see. Can we go to a fourth? Game 7.
Is it inevitable? Was this another 50-50, Gibbs? I don't know. All I know is NA is as dense as all get out this season.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Space Station wanted to end that a little bit earlier than they did. I felt like they would think that they're bigger favorites than a Game 7 overtime. But they get the job done in Complexity, heartbreak, and so much defense in that Game 7. Trying to pull out a win, because for points, they're tied for 8th right now. And if they would have won that, they would have been tied for 5th. They would have been tied for a major spot. So absolutely heartbreaking for them. But on the other side, Space Station with the win. Tied for number 2 now with Gen G. So they are sitting pretty.
And how many near misses did we have throughout this entire series, especially even in Game 7? It felt like that series could have ended multiple times before it finally did. And it's moments like that that these teams are all going to look at once we have our teams for the major and wonder, man, if only that one shot was on target, if I didn't miss on that easy save, where would things be when the dust finally settles?
Oh my goodness, you see that bump there as well. I mean, it was so tense, it came down to the wire. But at the end of the day, SSG, I mean, they ice up, man. It's lovely to see.
They do. Daniel, again, continuing to pop off here. We're joined by the coach of Space Station, Chrome. Chrome, sir, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us here. I want to get your thoughts about North America this season. It feels like you've been here, with the scene for so long. Is this the hardest North America's ever been?
Oh, for sure. Like, before you could be like, oh, we can maybe skate by a 9 through 12, because I remember last season we got 9 through 12 and then a top 2, and we barely made it. Like, I feel like nowadays you can't do that because everyone is so tight, and you could drop out so quick in like the 4th round. There's so many good teams in Swiss.
That's right. There are some good teams. I want to talk about the series specifically, Chrome. I mean, you guys started off strong, took a couple games, but then Complexity came back. You guys took a tactical timeout. I just want to kind of walk me through what went on there.
So yeah, we kind of had the talk of like before the series, like Complexity is a really good team in Game 1. I think honestly they're one of the best teams in Game 1. So like for us, it was like reinforming like what we're supposed to be doing, because they changed up a few things and we needed to adjust a few things and be confident in ourselves, confident in our comms, and I feel like we kind of like we're jumping over each other and it was messing us up. So we needed to calm it down a little bit, clear momentum, and bring it back.
Seemed like LJ actually got off to a strong start in that series. How important is it to get his confidence up this early in the season?
Yeah, LJ's great, man. He's like honestly always bringing the vibes back up, IGLing a lot for us in game. He's a quiet person outside of game, so it's weird for people that don't know that, and he's just super confident. And for us, especially like our last season, we always were really weak in the early games, and LJ brings a sort of consistency that we were looking for, so it allows us to look better in those early games and honestly try to close series out faster, because we want to avoid these Game 7s. They're not fun.
So I'm going to have you put on your analyst hat here real quick, because North America can only send 5 to the Rotterdam Major. So I want to know, who are your 5 right now that would go?
Man, it's completely different from what I initially had, but I would say us, since we locked in that top 4, it really helps us. FaZe for sure. I mean, if you win a regional, you're pretty much guaranteed. I think Gen G's pretty good too, since they stole that top 8 from G2 and they had a top 2, so top 2 is a really good position to have. And
last 2 spots though, they're tough.
Oh, I feel like V1 has a free ride here, so I think they're gonna lock in that 4th spot. And fifth, man, flip the coin. I'm gonna go Furia.
Right. Okay. Well, man. So, quick question: FaZe versus Gen G coming up. You guys play one of them tomorrow. Who you want?
We really like the FaZe matchup, and I think they're the best right now. So we want to play them.
We'll see if they can pull it off. Congratulations again, Chrome. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Space Station Gaming advancing.
Okay, here we go. Final series of the day.
Next and final match of the day, FaZe Clan taking on Gen G Mobile One Gaming here. Gen G. This is a rematch of the finals of our first fall event here, Gibbs.
Yes, rematch of the finals where FaZe handled it comfortably. It's a grand finals rematch. We want to see this. We wanted to see this again weren't expecting it in the quarterfinals, but these brackets have been absolutely insane. But we got to talk about First Killer. I always talk about First Killer, but we have to. He's like #1 in all the offensive categories again through this tournament. He was last time around as well, and he leads everyone in demos per game. So he's even getting it done where those stats don't even matter for offense.
Let's see. Let's see.
So First Killer
Rematch
truly
from
trying to get that MVP title through 2 tournaments, obviously. We still got a long ways to go, but he's been looking unstoppable.
I mean, Daz, I feel like by every metric right now, FaZe is the favorite in this matchup. What does Gen G have to do to cause the upset?
Well, I think Gen G is a team that's very adaptable. I mean, you look at just how they've been able to handle some of the top teams. They've been very solid in terms of being able to break down teams, like just like how they broke apart G2 in the Swiss stage. It's just going to be about that communication and honestly a little bit more physicality. Make First Killer uncomfortable is the name of the game.
Okay, making First Killer uncomfortable. We'll see. I know Jack's been feeling a little bit uncomfortable himself out there. If he can really sort of find that groove, we might see a different Gen G today. Let's see what chat thinks. The Verizon fan vote. Hashtag FaZe. Hashtag GGM1. If you want to see Gen G as the pick there. And gives this is the last one of our nightmare bracket so far.
Yeah, hey, we're going to be right on the top side. We're going to be right on top. So we had Space Station. We're going to be right here again with FaZe. I feel like FaZe is a favorite, but let's not forget, top 16 qualifier. FaZe lost to Gen G, but oh wait, no, I think they actually beat them. I'm not really sure, but still, Gen G has a shot. Either way, it doesn't really matter because we've seen Chronic. He's performing even better than his first tournament, and they got a grand finals appearance there. So there's a chance, but I'm going FaZe.
Okay, I think you put down FaZe for me as well here. This is the easy one. We made the bracket stacks. Haven't gotten your thoughts yet, though. Who you got?
Boy, as good as Chronic has fit in with this team, and I do love this new Gen G roster. I think that they're going to go very, very far. It ends right here. I got FaZe Clan. FaZe up.
Jersey.
Here we go. FaZe. They might actually sweep the regionals, which is crazy.
My goodness. Okay, but
All right,
Chronic
FaZe,
the Ice
boy.
Cube, Daz.
Yeah, Chronic is the Ice Cube. He's got the ice, but FaZe is just too hot. I'll go FaZe Clan for this one as well. I think I'll back up Gibbs right now. I think, yes, Gen G need to stop First Killer, but how do you stop a man that can't be stopped? That's the question that they got to answer. They have to prove it. Right now, FaZe is too hot to him.
How do you deal with FaZe is going to be the question for everyone on their minds. And we just watched this one, Gibbs, which I think is part of why this makes this so one-sided on the desk.
Oh, absolutely. Like, FaZe, they handled them well throughout that grand finals. FaZe, again, 3-0 in grand finals over these last 2 seasons. They've also won 2 regionals in a row. That was over a long span of time, obviously, because they won Spring Regional 3 and now Fall Regional 1. But they have been looking good through North America, and that's now with Mist. He's looking even better on FaZe. They look more consistent. So 3rd and 4th might be gone for FaZe, might be grand finals a bunch of times throughout this year.
Gen G got some fans in chat. We're pretty split down the middle as far as the fan vote goes. Let's get over to Verizon.
Okay, here we are.
FaZe Clan.
Final
Gen G Mobile 1
series
Jorby and Achieve's gonna make the call. Who's facing off against Space Station? Let's find out.
of the day. Will he go to a Game 7 and continue the streak of all Game 7s? We'll see. Rematch of last regionals finals.
Heck of a lot of offense is a bit of an understatement, you could say, and that's the real question. Where's the defense?
But let's see. Let's see what happens.
Desk is on the money. Nick Costello, the X factor on the defensive side for me. He's gonna
Okay.
make all the big stuff
NRG,
to happen. First
not
game
NRG.
is gonna be a
Gingy,
surprise.
FaZe.
Gonna be dishing the ball in the midfield. Gingy, I think,
Let's
definitely
see what happens.
cut out for him. They've been equal to the task times before, but now they play the 1 seed. This is tough this early on in the bracket. Can they do it? Certainly. It's just an uphill fight.
And if you just look at the goals scored at the top of North America so far this season, there's 2 FaZe players in the top 4. That's First Killer and Mist. And then there's Jack and Chronic, literally interspersed at 2 and 4. Or excuse me, 3 and 5. So these guys are locked tight together. Apparently Jack literally 1 less goal than First Killer so far this season. These guys know how to score. And that could lead to one of 2 things. We could see a shootout, but we know how good, like you were saying, about Mist on defense, but also on offense. It could end up being 0-0s across the way. We'll see how this one how it flushes itself out.
I did like how Nolly and them were looking yesterday in their match against G2. Now you can always make the argument, oh, G2 on a bit of a slip and slide, maybe a little tilted, frustrated from how their Swiss run ran out. They were able to execute against an
Alright, good save from Chronic.
so that's really where GG has to get.
Chronic has to show up here if they want to win this.
Very well across the midfield and finding each other with the passing lanes. It's where all the work's got to get done for Gen G.
Both teams have just kind of boomed the other teams.
I think Chronic show up, and it looks like they already are on defense. Chronic is showing up very well on defense. If he shows up on offense, makes good plays, they should be good. I think they can beat FaZe here. But there's no one back. Doesn't matter. Just miss. Completely whiffs, or completely airballs it. Abjack is there, but only goes to missed. Ollie. To Chronic. Trying to go back to Nolly. It does go to Nolly. Goes to Abjack. Right to missed. Chronic is up. Doesn't really get anywhere with it. Just goes to first killer. Abjack gets the bump. Nolly sends it back. Chronic clears it kinda.
The offensive play broke down, but then good job by Chronic to handle the ball. Not dump it out, give it right in the spot to Nolly. FaZe do get control back. Typical stolen away. Chronic and Nolly looking to get the ball out.
This one may come all the way down to the mix-ups, if that makes sense. I mean, neither team particularly likes to jam the box super hard. They tend to favor positioning a little bit more and capitalize on where they think the clears are going. So when you get a little bit of that stutter step going on the approach, you may end up in a better spot. As nice clear from Nolly over the head of Typical and forces a mini reset from FaZe.
First killer playing deep here, missed on the wing. Now they're in full retreat.
And Chronic starts it huge for Gen G, getting a flip reset. Great pass from Nolly. Then Chronic with a nice touch. Gen G take lead with 2 minutes left against FaZe Clan in Game 1. Good start for Gen G. Definitely what they need. Chronic, like I said, and he needed to show up if he wants to beat FaZe here. And so far, he's looking pretty good. Nolly, he was like he's trying to go for the pass to Nolly, but Nolly's getting bumped. Chronic. Abjack right to Nolly. Not the best touch, but Abjack gets it. Chronic, good clear. Trying to get to Abjack. Nolly with the pass and doubling their lead against FaZe Clan. Did not expect that to go in, but I guess you never know what to expect of Gen G. They did take out G2 yesterday, so and not with a lot of pressure on them either. Was on a game 5. They took them out in 4. Abjack with the read. And then Nolly sends it downfield right to first killer. Miss gets it. Chronic tries to read this. Almost does. Chronic hits it out. Now they're going to take us a minute left. A little over a minute. FaZe are still down 2. Chronic gets the clear out. Doesn't get much. Abjack gets bumped. Chronic tries to get possession, but doesn't. Hits it out. And it does. 52 seconds left, and FaZe Clan cuts the lead in half. Playing very aggressive. They're going for a lot of bumps. Nolly just wasn't in the right position to get the save there. And Typical with a I don't know if I want to say that's a mess up kickoff or it was just a throw off. Nolly there could have gotten something over Chronic. Abjack has to go back. It's it under first killer, but first killer goes for the bump anyways. Chronic gets faked out. Sorry, Abjack gets it. Gets the clear over Typical. Chronic is dead. Right to Nolly. Then Abjack. Nolly, just slow. Hits it over first killer. Tries to go for the bomb, misses. Miss there. Gets the pinch back. It's a little over Chronic. Typical doesn't read it either. Looks like they're trying to slow it down.
is already downfield. Chronic, is he gonna give him the look?
Chronic, good touch.
That ball,
Ooh.
the lip. FaZe given a chance.
But first healer has no boost, and Nolly hits it down. GG, take game 1.
Tough for FaZe right there. They finally kind of got the offense under them. Figured they would have a bit more effectiveness in terms of moving the ball through the midfield, but it's actually Gen G controlling.
Well, if we're going to go with the same exact thing we've had every other series today, Gen G will take the next match, and then FaZe Clan will bring it back to bring it to a 2-2.
But man, way to go. I mean, the big X factor, obviously, that flip reset from Chronic right there all the way to the back post. He had 2 FaZe people, and then the small miscue from Typical right there, not going up and fighting for the ball, giving a little bit of extra space, and Gen G jumped all over both of those.
And despite FaZe really trying to like pull Gen G off on some of these plays and catch them out, apparently Jack was sitting downfield pretty often, like waiting for an outlet pass, and but he's so good about rotating right back into where he needs to be if the pass doesn't go that way, or if FaZe break it up. FaZe did break a lot of those up. Gen G never really lost enough control, enough of those 50s to where they had to react to FaZe.
Okay, game 2, Gen G take game 1. Not sure if that's how it went in the finals. But we'll see. Chronic doesn't get the best touch, and Abject. Abject on goals? Bit of a random touch.
He's like, that pass was so good, I'm not gonna let him get those points. Those are here you go, Sip. Nice pass, bro.
Apparently, Jack obviously miscued. Just
119.
Trying to throw it into the corner. Whoops, that hit his neck.
Well, bit random, but it happens.
Kilometers per hour for Jack, so he can hang his hat on that one.
Absolutely smashed it.
Alright, but will that cause them to lose this game?
Decent pass out for FaZe. Typical, nice soft touch, an open net. First killer should nail
And
it.
another own goal.
Really helps him out. How about 2 for you? First killer gets it.
I mean, it's to be expected. That's a great
Well,
play from Typical. That's really the play that seals the deal. You can't really
back-to-back own goals give FaZe 2-0 lead. We'll see. Can Gen G come back from this? I think they have before against FaZe. So, we'll see.
In game 2 on Aquadome. That's not where you want to be for Gen G, but I think with 2 like that, you kind of just got to laugh it off and say, okay, handicap set, let's go get him.
Yeah, definitely not gonna fault Nolly for that one. I'm still looking at you, Jack. Nolly. Getting much going. Typical now. He's winning that challenge in front. Chronic gets harassed back to his own corner, but puts him right on the backboard to safely carry the ball back out, seeing all the space that FaZe gave him.
Yeah, that was actually great recognition. It's very easy when you're kind of camped up there on that backboard with no speed to get a little antsy and think, okay, I want to dismount, I want to get my wheels back under me, I want to have more control over my positioning, and Chronic thinks, nah, I'm already up here, and they're giving me a lot, so I'm going to take it, I'll let it bounce and come down that way and not be wasteful. It's great recognition.
Jack, midfield boost spawned for him, but the 50 rolled straight out to first killer. Nolly was ready for it. Well, now all FaZe have to wait for Chronic. He's got more space, but lost control. Typical happily takes the 50 back to their own corner.
To Chronic.
Not really letting Gen
Alright.
G
I gotta start talking, so it's not just like watching the normal stream.
What's happening here now after those early goals?
And Gen G, I mean, they're getting a lot of space to work with in general. Right here, Typical's there for it, but I mean, FaZe, they're happy at this point. 3 minutes left. They're like, we'll go camp on it if we have.
And Typical with a crazy touch.
You get a chance, fall on your lap. Typical makes a big one. Double insurance now, up off the ceiling, away from everyone. And
What a nice touch from Typical.
Don't see that one very often.
That was such a beautiful play from Typical. Looking at Chronic's cam, you know, he's seeing that ball come across the wall and he positions himself to grab the rebound. But Typical just pole vaults it onto the ceiling, and now your camera's whipped upwards, and oh, that's awkward. You can't get to it. Excellent job from Typical for sure. And FaZe, I mean, what a response, Chiefs.
And now you go even deeper back if you're FaZe. I mean, yeah, Typical doesn't even bother. He's like, I'm gonna take the boost and I'll go challenge you. Like, Mist is in the net, it's fine. Like, here's really Mist doesn't even bother. He's like, I'll just wait. And he sees Chronic can't handle it.
Ooh, first. Get the double there. The funny thing is, there's still so much game time on the clock.
Yeah.
Alright. Gen G could come back here. Still have 2.5 minutes left. Still have half the game.
Can't be too surprised, I guess. It's
Ooh.
okay, that's a okay though. I mean, like, it's a tip back. It's not what you're looking for, but at the same time, you already know First Killer's not committing. You're not trying to score right there, so it's not like he's gonna get caught out. And First Killer thought about it, but FaZe more than content to say, "Bring us the ball, man. If you want to beat us, you're gonna have to work extra hard and make a huge outplay somewhere."
A pass not quality enough, right into the defender. It's typical. He might got deleted, but got the flick off.
Ooh, okay.
Decent pinch from Chronic. Nolly's ready and just can't get enough of it. Didn't have enough boost either. Jack shot.
Typical. Great save. Chronic trying to read, but doesn't quite. Nolly. They got to get something going here if they want to come back in here.
They're stuffed every time they get back to the orange half, and there's a touch that doesn't go their way, or First Killer, typical or missed, are there to just win the 50 and force them to retreat to blue.
If you guys are wondering how to play when you got a 3-goal lead in ranked, do what this is. It's not like FaZe are just.
And there's an open net for Chronic. The minute and 15 left. They cut the lead down to 2. Could come back here. Be a little bit of confidence booster for Genji. They could bring this back. 2/3 of FaZe Clan's goals have been own goals, so honestly, I think Noli could have committed on that. They might have been able to get a good shot. Not the best read. And it's open. I don't know what just happened. They kind of gave that up.
They're going to try and make plays. They'll make a miscue every now and again, like right here. It's a weak touch from Jack. And First Killer's right there for it because they're playing deep back and they're saying, you got to beat us and you have to be perfect to do it. And that's how you close people out in the Pro League, in ranked play. It doesn't matter. You just drive at people. You force them to show their hand. If you don't have to score, you don't have to force anything. And FaZe is executing on that 100% right now.
Genji sent the house on the last play. While it started well, it's kind of
Alright, well, it seems like Genji are not winning the second game.
locking it down. And it's funny about FaZe because last season they won the very first regional in the 21-22 season, and so they do the same thing this season. And a lot of people are thinking, okay, is it just going to be the same top 4 FaZe? But everyone wants to see a little bit more. As much as we've all been high on FaZe, but like how they're looking right now, this game number 2 is like a microcosm again of what I think people expect this FaZe roster to be. They get the offense when they need it. Granted, Genji, yeah, they helped them out a little bit on Aquadome. But FaZe kind of create that atmosphere, don't they?
Alright, FaZe take game 2. Tying the series back up.
You've got all the pieces in the right place to force them to try and make a play. And every now and again, in this exact instance, a couple of them worked out in your favor in a row. So you just got to sit on this massive lead early. And that's the way to do it. I mean, that's the impressive part. It's like you can see FaZe here out-shooting Genji. What is that, 8 to 4? Yeah. And, you know, they weren't actually trying to pressure. They're just like, okay, we've got a 2-0 lead with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. You know what I mean? So we're just gonna sit here. I don't feel like
Genji's touches were quality enough, like on the few chances they did have.
That's the hard part, right? Because
you didn't get them a lot, right? And then you missed the one chance.
Yeah, and it's like creating your quality opportunities is doubly hard when the playing field's not level. You know, because it's like FaZe is like, fine, bring us the ball. Like you have to score. You have to do something, and I'm gonna wait until you have to commit to something, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
face and make it
Game
as
3.
hard as possible. And if you score, more power to you, but it's not gonna be for free, and that's the power of playing that way deep back when you get that early lead, and they kind of just put it, as Daz likes to say, they put a hand up. You know, it's just presence. They're not trying to score on you, but they're gonna get in your face. Like right here,
Typical. I don't know what happened. I feel like Genji could have went for that. But nothing happened. Abjag was the only one with the boost. They got a little bit of a boost over there, but happens. Good start. Noli just misses.
Where do you start with Genji? As Nolly lets that one come out, misses the read, and Genji G being outshot, outscored in the last 6 minutes of gameplay.
Nolly just could not get the read off.
I actually really liked Chronic's play right there. I mean, he tried to come from behind the person air dribbling the ball towards the net and wanted to hit it hard off the backboard. And he accomplished that goal. Unfortunately, the bounce it took just went straight back down into the middle rather than kind of hovering or going at a
Abject, good read to Nolly.
horizontal direction as Nolly
Tried.
sick catch and try and get around first killer, but Genji
Abject.
second goal to give up was tough. You think maybe they could have found a way out of it with a different bounce, but now you again same situation.
Unlucky
4
pinch.
minutes on the clock. They're up 2. Here comes people. They're just gonna get in your face. Like Miz doesn't even challenge. He says, "Look, I'm gonna make you flick it," and then we're both camped out on the defense. It's like they forced you to show your hand. It's like you have to do something because here I come, and then nope, I'm not gonna be there.
You can feel the desperation from Gen G too, because First Killer had the backboard, and apparently Jack was still diving at that ball, full throttle, and they just can't get the touch that they want. Get First Killer again. He will not let them have any real estate on the backboard, but finally Nolly keeps spacing. Typical just levitates. No problem. Nolly, another chance. This is good for Gen G. Jack's in the air.
What a read from Typical.
Another Chronic.
Chronic couldn't get enough touch. And Nolly.
Gonna keep that touch close. Jack files in.
Chronic gets a demo, but nothing. Abject.
They need something with a little more.
Abject gets the read again.
Maybe get something here. Maybe a bump on top of it could help, but
That is off.
yeah.
That's the challenge game there for Gen G. They get the big key block. They keep it in the face half. They get a couple boost steals, and now it's extending that offensive stay, giving them more chances. And now you kind of force FaZe Clan to, okay, now you got to go clear the ball so you can have a little more time. And unfortunately, that miss from Nolly may have bought them that time.
Scrum here in the corner. Pops up decently for Chronic, but he had to use a lot of his boost.
Typical just sends it back to First Killer.
Yep, right play.
Over Abject.
For the read. And
First Killer.
Make him pay, falls it off. Oh, how many times has First Killer just taken the game into his own hands there? Let it fly for Typical, and they couldn't put it on target. Gen G
Wow.
sitting on this deficit, just can't get anything done. They get stuffed again. Is it in? Oh, save. First
Nolly completely missed.
missed it. Apparently Jack up. He's got the first read. Third goal would surely put it in.
It's just in.
Yep, the nail.
Gen G can't get a clear.
I mean, FaZe are just unreal right now. Clinical performance so far.
Man, apparently Jack, to be fair, he tried his hardest. He knew FaZe was going to get up in his face right there, and he's trying to get that air dribble started, but just could never get the control, the momentum on the ball to go the right direction, and the support came through for FaZe.
Alright.
Game
They
3,
could come back here. 2 minutes. But they got to get something going. They got to get some momentum of some sort.
I'm not a big fan of saying games
And I'm just like sitting there.
with a significant amount of time left.
Is not going to be it. They got to get a play.
Not one that it really feels like
Nolly
the firepower.
gets an open net.
Of course, right as I say that, here's a
Alright.
touch.
A minute and 54 seconds left. They do have time. They can come back here. But they got to get going. Miss. Tried to get the read, but just couldn't quite get it.
That's what happens when you play defense so well for so long. You're like, yeah, First Killer, he's there. I'm just going to go get the boost.
He's got it.
Like, yeah, I don't need to be second man here. But you let Gen G in the door. You let a wheel in at Chiefs, and it's pretty hard to keep the car out. FaZe, if any team are going to do it, it's definitely them. But Gen G start the clock a little earlier this time. The last time they went down 3-0, they did not score their first goal until
Killer.
just a minute in.
He just jumped at that. He's like, "Yep, have to go
There
that
he is
way."
again.
Like he's just getting in their face. He doesn't care if it goes into a scoreable spot or not. He's just like, as long as you don't get to do whatever you're trying to do, I'm happy.
Another misread from Nolly.
First Killer weaving his way through Nolly. No boost on his challenge.
First Killer just reads it.
First Killer just gets the catch. Jack is forced again into the air on that 50. Now starting to get some of those touches in midfield. Relies on Chronic and Jack here. How do they draw this up? Nolly sees the path. There's just too much on the FaZe defense that get broken out. First Killer pops it up. Maybe something on the transition here. Typical, no boost, not going to have to even contend for the ball.
Ooh, okay. Little hiccup there in FaZe, double commit, so they're both in the same
There we go.
spot, and
There we go. 30 seconds left. Abject cuts lead again. It's now a 1-goal deficit for Gen G. Good demo. That's what they needed. They need to play the demo.
Kind of has to recover back to his net and gets put in a weird spot trying to play support for Typical. Can't make the play. Straight back to Gen G. So another small mistake from FaZe. They let him in the door a little more, but they may get one back on kickoff and first killer. He is
No, on the kickoff. It's just he could get a pretty clean.
The hood has appeared. Past the wheel. Nolly going for the demo on first killer, but he avoids it and flops himself in the perfect spot for the transition. Now flicks it over one. Typical goes for the reset, but he's got no boost.
10 seconds left.
Maybe one more chance here. Jack sees Chronic. Chronic rips it on tall. Oh, off target, just high. Here comes another shot from Chronic, but it's blocked. Popped up. Can they keep it in the air? Taken off by the back wall
And FaZe Clan. No one goes for the ball when they need to.
I mean, that read from
They need to play aggressive. It's working for them. They play aggressive, get a demo, they get the goal. It's just working for them. So they need to continue to do that.
where you should never be losing. But every now and again, you just don't play perfectly. That's the hard
But they're
thing.
just not.
It doesn't matter if you're bronze or one of the best teams in the world. The little mistakes matter. This is a game that punishes imperfection. FaZe almost slipped up there.
Gen G were starting to get some quality touches or quality passes, really. I feel like a lot of their attempted passes were either just too hard. FaZe were always in position, like great positioning overall to cut those passes off. Yeah, started to break down even before their first goal went in. Like Gen G started finding some breathing room. So that might be an indication that this series turning back in their favor a little bit.
They're trying to figure out how they can move the ball around because now they're seeing it's like, oh, they're just driving at us just to make us do something. Well, let's assume they're not going to actually force the challenge that they
Punish the
like.
ball, right?
And yeah, you got to take the space because, well, to be fair.
Okay. Gen G did not call a timeout. So they have to get something going here. Or they're going to let FaZe be on match point.
Maybe if you just get through the first minute,
And they definitely do not want that.
in a little bit better position.
They want to tie it up here. So let's see that.
Jack sees Chronic downfield. There's Typical again.
No, they just couldn't get the read or a good touch in the place he wants. Abjack got a nice save there. Clutch save.
Backhand touch there. You know, the smash equivalent of the reverse hitbox, I'd say.
For real. It was wild, and here's what you're kind of more expecting. Like, this is where FaZe, like, they got to score. Now they push. Now they really try and take the ball away from you, and here's where Gen G's got to do their damage. Apparently, Jack hits the
Good
post.
attempt. That's like exactly what they need to do. The passing.
On the reset, gets by FaZe. Typical left with no boost on the wall. The first killer helped him out.
The demoing. They need more of that.
This
They're kind of just going for solo plays and then hitting it.
and managing their space well on defense.
And then sometimes not even getting the play that they need to. I guess to be fair, they are getting boosted a lot. It looks.
Miss just reeled it right back at him.
And then Noli gets a couple of random misses that shouldn't
Over to the side.
be.
Not really getting good touches on the ball.
Chronic also whiffing that completely.
Space to work with in the midfield, and nobody could really bring the ball under control. That's a nice challenge.
Nice save from Chronic.
A shot denied by Chronic. He's trying to get it reset, and this one's up towards the wall again. Chronic's waiting for it. Missing the demo in the in the goal, excuse me. And Gen G, that was a really nice defensive stint.
Ooh, good touch from Typical. Chronic in the rotation. Kept it close, actually. Typical got the boost steal. First killer cut in a little bit hard. But look at him make it work, almost. Hit that 50 against Nolly. Missed it. And Jack's there. Gen G doing enough to stagger that approach. First killer tried to be quick with it, but ended up dropping the ball. Still missed pass it. Dropped it straight down on the 50. First killer over to the corner, but then he ran into missed. I think first killer
Chronic could clear out just to go to mist. Abjack reads it. Hopefully to Nolly. Is.
phase back when you think they're going to finally start inching forward. They get that quality touch. They get that quality
There's a
touch.
demo, so nothing happens, but a miss.
Again,
Jack can get the free possession, but not the best recovery.
there's no one really in. Well, no, Miss made it work. He was pretty far on that. Oh, maybe Chronic could have got there. Now up high, it drops straight down. No one from FaZe can get there.
Here's where you got to be careful if you're Gen G. You don't want to fall back into that trap of clearing the ball the same way over and over and over, because then everyone kind of starts to fight for the same boost pads. That's when you really get starved out. And Gen G in general, doing a really nice job moving the ball both back and forth across their own net to kind of hold off that wave of FaZe attack. It's really not FaZe trying to shove as hard as they can and break you down. It's kind of FaZe saying, look, we've got control.
Still just looking at FaZe. But Gen G does look like they are improving, even without the timeout. Over first killer. To Abject. Over, but Noli just doesn't have the boost. Chronic is there. That's what they need to do because it's working. Gen G take lead with 1 minute and 30 seconds left in game 4. They need that. Their goals have been passes or just overall, like, well, a bunch of random pinches, but things that actually worked where, like, there was a defender in net. That's what it was. Passing, demos. That's what they need. First killer trying to go for the bump, but misses. And Abject. And Chronic double touches to double the lead.
You're not upset if you're first killer. You understand. But you are sad. I mean, the fact he even kept the first one out is impressive. He was under a lot of heat in that net. Gen G jumped all over him.
Alright, they have a 2-0 lead with 1 minute left. Can they keep it, or will FaZe manage to come back in this? Noli 50s it. Gets it out. Chronic. Not the strongest touch, but Abject's there to clear it. More miss. Hits it again. To Chronic. Trying to keep it close. Hits it over first killer. Noli hits it. Just goes to missed. But Abject catches it. Hits it over Typical. Abject gets a 50.
Everyone expecting Typical to go into the midfield with that one back to his teammate, but trying to do it himself. It's a little greedy, but at the same time, if he would have scored.
And looks like another one. Chronic couldn't quite get it in, but it was close. And with that, Gen G tie the series back up 2-2.
You want to ask what won Gen G this one? Defense. Great plays. I mean, this whole first half of the game was them camped out on defense. You don't see a lot of saves because, honestly, they didn't have to. Oh no, sorry, I'm reading FaZe Clan stats. They did have to make a lot of saves.
I was about to say, I'm like, there's 7 of those.
Against the 7 shots from FaZe Clan. My mistake. I can read, and I know my colors, I promise. But man, that whole first half of the game, that was FaZe's time to get it going in their favor, get the pressure, hold the lead, and they couldn't do it. Gen G, lights out defensively, moved the ball wonderfully, found each other when they finally got the counterattack going, and that was how you play defense against a tough team.
I felt like first touch quality was a lot better from Chronic in particular. I felt like he was.
Yeah, they weren't own goals. It was great. No,
no own goals. Gen G, you could argue maybe they beat themselves a little bit. For my mark, I do think FaZe pushed the nose a little bit on them. But now we had the Wasteland all evened up. And, man, today has just been...
Okay, Gen G tie it back up. They know what they need to do there. They got to go for those passes. Those are like... Good bump from Chronic. First shot still gets a touch on it.
You see a lot of give and go, but I truly don't know how it's going to shake up from here. I felt this way all day. And it's exactly the same here with Gen G and FaZe.
Yeah, that's a big win for Gen G. It's like the full reset button. Because FaZe are like, okay, I mean, we finally had to actually play offense, and we really couldn't get anything done. So you kind of scratch your head a little bit. Like, obviously, you know you won the last 2 games because you got ahead early and you got to camp out, but now you're deep into the best of 7, you know what I mean? Next game is advantage. And you kind of got locked out in game 4. So you're a little bit hesitant here. You're trying to figure out what you need to do to actually break Gen G down, and you're kind of scratching your head because, as we mentioned, there's a lot of offense on FaZe. They get a lot done.
I mean, Gen G for the same mark, though.
Oh, just a slight little miss and first killer, but Chronic. Chronic gets a crazy save, and then clears it out again to Abjack. Right back to Chronic. First killer, good read. But Nolly's there. Chronic trying to go for the 50.
Chronic going for the read, cutting off the higher option. Now Jack and Chronic really making FaZe think about them on defense. Like there's a couple different options they could have taken there. Is it a pass? Is he going to go for the demo?
Abjack gets the clear out.
On the back line.
Still a couple mistakes from Genji on defense. But it's working. They just got to get a pass. They just got to get something going on offense. You know, once they get a perfect setup they need, they'll score. Chronic clears it. But
another big block in the midfield, somewhere along the line, you're looking for FaZe to make the big play. That's really what they thrive on.
Nolly, good touch.
Gets his touch out to Jack. All of FaZe have pulled off. They'll happily let the rebound come down, but not grabbing the rebound. This one comes out to Chronic. Back
Right to Abjack. Not sure it was quite planned. Abjack seemed to not be in the perfect position to get that. First killer, good touch. Miss, good touch. Chronic. Good bump. Typical crazy save. Save them from going down. And first killer looking to get it, but it doesn't matter because Chronic. Good save from Chronic again. Chronic is showing up on defense, which is exactly what he needs to do. He is that defensive player for this team, and he is working. Demo and apparently Jack. Probably not the exact play that they wanted. Chronic pass back to Nolly. He's trying to play it slow. Chronic 50s gets the win. 50's first killer and wins. 50's typical, but just slightly loses. Chronic might not have been the smartest play to go for. No boost for all of Genji. And FaZe Clan, with a minute left, take the lead. There's just no boost for Genji. So much pressure. And Nolly gets demoed. Genji can still come back here. They still got a minute. They have time, and that's a good start. There it is! And Nolly just takes the lead back. Or take not the lead, but just ties it back up.
This went wrong. Wow, Jack just dropped the ball. Typical. He goes up thinking Jack's gonna drill the ball into him. Jack sees Typical literally drive up and he just lets go. And then Typical, he only had like 20 boosts. So he comes back down.
Well, there it is. They tie it back up with another 6 seconds after. And Abjack. Now, looking to go for the win. Chronic 50's first killer. Over Nolly. 2 missed. Abjack, not the best 50. Good defense from Chronic. To Nolly. Right up to Chronic. Tries to go for the 50. Abjack. 50s. The wall. Pinches. That's what I meant. Nolly. Decent. Chronic.
Really liking the missed challenge game in the corner when he has to buy the time. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, we're not trying to break out. We're just trying to hold on for a moment. And he's been getting the job done back there in the defensive corners with those.
Typical. Ooh, it bounced with under a second.
All right. Miss just drops it. Chronic almost score. Nolly. Apparently Jack almost gets it. Good save. It's a miss. There's no one there except First Killer. Doesn't get the best touch, but still recovers. Noli. Abjack gets the touch. Just to Chronic, though. Chronic gets the 50 here. He does. Huge for Gen G. Just a miss clear. And then Noli. Completely miss.
I think he got scared. Well, no, he doesn't. Like, I thought maybe because Mist was coming at him, I thought maybe he saw Mist and he started to try and move forward to try and cut off the 2v1 before it really started. Right. But Mist was coming in pretty late before.
I don't know what happened there. Gen G just kind of threw that game away. Noli didn't read the ball. Abjack just hits it, and then it doesn't go anywhere. And then just straight over Chronic.
But at the same time, it kind of looked like he started moving forward a little bit early before Mist was really coming for him.
Okay, I mean, FaZe Clan.
Yeah, that one. You probably wish you would have made a. That's one you go back and you're like, oh, if I waited, or if I was paying more attention to the side, like that's one you run back in your head in the shower, right?
I don't know if there's any way to know really what he was thinking without asking him. That's just such a weird one because, like in the replay, it looks kind of close. Like obviously you see Mist going for him. That's generally the accepted practice, the way to cut down the 2-on-1. You try and get out in front of it, see if you can dodge that first guy early and give yourself a look. And I don't know, maybe Simpical just made a really, really big brain play. It was just like, just shoot it. He's gonna come forward because he knows he's gonna be in the 1-on-1 or the 2-on-1. So I don't know. That's Chronic just kind of got caught in no man's.
I don't know what just happened. Gen G just kind of threw that one away. But FaZe now on match point.
Caught between a rock and a hard place that I've seen.
Yeah, because like if you sit back, I mean, obviously your odds aren't good, and clearly if you go forward, your odds aren't good. That's tough.
And an open net for Abjack.
You got apparently Jack on your team, and when old Applejack is hitting them, you can feel a little bit better heading into Neo Tokyo.
Oh, a typical mechanical backflip. I think he realized he was definitely beat to the wall, and Mist is the guy behind him, but he's thinking he's got enough time to go get boost. Typical's there, right? It'll be all right.
All right, good kickoff for Gen G as well.
Start early, and that's got to do wonders to help erase the stink of the end of that last game.
Miss, good save.
Nicely handled by First Killer on the side wall. Typical.
Nolly, good save.
Okay. Big pressure from FaZe.
First Killer. Forced to
Chronic and Abjack go. Chronic, no boost, but hits it over First Killer. And then it just gets an insane shot. Chronic.
My goodness, 170 degrees on that one.
The angle on that was just insane. Wow. I did not expect that shot. Anyways, Gen G taking the very early lead of 2-0, possibly even a 3-0. First Killer is there. Gen G. Typical. No look good clear.
Immediately for that ball, but Nolly just in a perfect spot.
It's happened, Jorby. The final inverse of the situation. Now it's Gen G with the 2-goal lead with 4 minutes to play. And I want to see how much pressure they try and put on FaZe. Because, like, you know what FaZe look like. They're like, oh, fake challenge, we'll force you to bring the ball. And I want to see how Gen G handle that.
I mean, First Killer thinks it's time to hit go mode. But that probably doesn't happen. That probably doesn't happen till like 3 down, right? I mean, you got this theory still. Not that you want to see Game 7, but I don't think we've seen First Killer go mode yet.
Every trick in the book's about to come out for FaZe. Obviously, they want to clear it and close it out right here. No one likes the Game 7s. Stressful and double elimination. But at the same time,
And an open net. Apparently Jack triples the lead for Gen G in Game 6. 3 minutes left. Let's see. Nolly good 50. Apparently Jack gets bumped. Chronic is back. Typical. Typical misses.
Typical. This is contact. He defended anyway. Are we really gonna have 28 out of a possible?
We're going 28 today.
Is that actually happening?
If Gen G drop a 3-0 lead with half a game to play, someone come up with some silly challenge for me to do on Twitter. There is no way they drop.
That's dangerous. Your face is on the other side. I wouldn't put a bet like that.
I don't care how good FaZe offense is. You're not scoring 3 against how well defensively Gen G has been playing this series. I mean, Gen G's defense, they've had to work pretty hard.
Okay, 2.5 minutes left. Half the game down. Noli, good clear. Abjack trying to slow it down. Just to waste time.
FaZe missed shortening the field with that touch.
50.
Ready for it.
Apparently Jack.
Well, FaZe continuing to test their ability on the backboard. First killer.
Chronic, good save. And right over. Typical.
Mist has to pull it back. Now it gets a little harder.
I mean, they might be. They might be.
Defense achieves, proving you right so far.
I have no idea when you even sent that. You might not even be in stream anymore.
Set up the campsite at the midfield line. We're gonna
But it definitely could be. It definitely could be.
nothing to do but waste time if you're on Gen G.
This is the first it's ever happened that since I've started watching. I've always wanted it to happen. But usually it just kind of got thrown off by like a game or two. Unfortunately. So I've been waiting for this for a while. There's a minute and 16 left. Gen G have a 3-0 lead. Noli, not the best touch, but it still threw off typical. Misses there. Chronic 50s it.
Defensive showcase for everybody today.
That's what I was wondering too. But
Good redirect. Noli, not in the best position, but it doesn't matter because it's just off. Apparently Jack gets the clear. 45 seconds, and apparently Jack just lands on it.
apparently Jack once more. First killer denied by Nolly. Once more.
Apparently Jack, once again.
It feels
30 seconds left. Chronic to Noli. Noli hits it all. 30 seconds left. Gen G up 3-0 to go to a Game 7 and send all series today in a Game 7.
11 looks good on the box score.
Not to mention, if they win this a 3-0 lead shutout, that's huge momentum for them going into Game 7.
That's how you feel about it. How about it achieves? Out of 28 games played, that could be played. We're going to play all 28 of them. I need a direct check, okay? I need it as quick as possible. How many times?
And, well, okay.
First killer, put that on your placard as
Exactly what I told them not to do. They just did it. It's fine. They still won and send the game to a Game 7. Still have momentum.
It doesn't have a 0% shooting percentage for game.
That's the most advantage part. Yeah. D-Rec tells me that it's never happened before, by the way. This is the... He says he's 90% on that. It scares me that the stats guy is telling me he's not... He's 90%. Like...
I'm like 90% on it too. I think we've been very close to going max distance before, but we've always been 1 or 2 games short or something. But here's my one big worry going into Game 7. If you're a Gen G fan, you're hyped up. You're playing really well, and I'm with you. Gen G is playing really well. What I'm worried about, I still feel like FaZe Clan has like one more gear. You know what I mean? I feel like I've seen the gamut of Gen G here. I've seen the solid defense. I've seen the execute on mistakes. We've seen the really nice plays on offense. I think you're seeing like rock solid. Here's where Gen G wants to be at a base level. This is what we like to play and what we like to do. I think you've seen the full spectrum. I don't feel like we got everything out of FaZe Clan right here in Game 7. In Game 28 on the day, I feel like FaZe Clan, here's where the last gear comes up.
Alright, Game 7. To find out who the last person to advance to the top 4 is going to be.
It doesn't get much better than this. Your 4th Game 7 in all 4 of our matches today. And FaZe are forced to respond after Gen G really dominated game number 6. Missed back over to
Chronic with the great save.
Chronic. They definitely got to turn up the heat if they want to beat Gen G here. What a
Chronic gets to clear out, but misses downfield.
pull it off. Missed.
Is it the first killer? Nolly gets the touch.
To try to really seal the deal. And missed. It's a good challenge. Over to Typical. Doesn't have enough boost, but it's okay. He's got missed. Back over to first killer, denied by Chronic. Jack's gonna be next up, and FaZe or Typical, he wasn't gonna be able to go for it anyway. Chronic's ready for that.
I'm waiting to see the can opener from first killer. I'm waiting to see him go and just break people down over and over. That's what I'm looking for. That's the gear I'm referencing.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it's these types of games where like you need him to hit go mode. Like,
yes.
Press talk all day about how first killer's the best player in the world, but like we gotta see the best player in the world.
You need the best player right now.
Right now.
There's no time to wonder. I mean, that's what we were saying about beast mode yesterday. It's like, they kind of need beast mode, and it was a struggle to get through there. You got the big beast mode button today, so looking for a similar level of impact here in Game 7. FaZe Clan trying their best. They've held a decent amount of pressure at the start of this Game 7.
Almost.
Save for miss, but great support from Typical. Gen G with really their first chance to try and have an extended stay, but they just give it up in terms of looking for stability on defense instead of trying to force something that may not be there.
Chronic gets a full field clear on that. Despite all of FaZe lined up on that side. Now Nolly, it's a look, but just didn't have enough boost. His touch the ball a little too far away from him. Missed ready for that 50 for Chronic. But can he win two? He can. 31 left for Chronic. He's got Nolly coming in to help. First killer gets the catch, and Jack's not to be thwarted with. That fake was never going to work. Jack cut him off completely. Nolly, Reed missed well there. You talked about missed challenge game in the corner as well. But how about Nolly's challenge game as well? Hang on a second. First killer. Passing Chronic, and there's just not much there.
Chronic's big right now. He's got a lot of presence on the pitch. I mean, you think, okay, FaZe got the big touch, they're through, but the guy waiting for it's Chronic. He's been big hurdle to try and get over. Nolly off the wall, free ball.
First killer misses. First killer is just there. Nolly.
Jack up next for it. Now that high touch. First killer's ready for that. Still, Jack got the 50. That makes things awkward for the rest of FaZe. Like you said, you could use some help. Two cars got it done this time. This still stuck on no boost, trying to stay in the rotation. We'll finally get a corner.
Nolly.
Still have the ball. Jack just sitting there.
The bump. Nolly with a minute and 46 seconds left. Score and give Gingy the lead.
You're just looking for the vent valve to release all the pressure. They can't find it. You think maybe that's the touch to the midfield. Nolly sends it straight back.
All right. A minute and 46 seconds left. Can Gingy hold the lead and take down the regional champions? The reigning regional champions, I should say. No. No, they can't. Immediately, 6 seconds after, they tie it up. Nolly just could not get the read.
I like how Nolly recognized it like halfway through as he's flying back as well. He's like, oh, my teammate's about to get demoed. I gotta try. I respect the effort. Unfortunately, there's just no way, but it kicks straight to apparently Jack. And unfortunately, no legs on the push, so overtime looming potentially. 90 seconds is a while.
Jack gets the clear out. A minute and 12 left. Gingy kind of need to score here. I feel like if Gingy, I think it's going to be scary if they go to overtime.
Should be cleared. Wait, what? I thought FaZe was going to go challenge the ball and they just let it come at him. That's not over.
And I have Jack to Nolly with 46 seconds, exactly a minute after they score the first time. They score again, taking the lead again.
What a show from Gen G. Now you've done it.
2-1 lead for Gen G. Can they hold for another 46 seconds? Or will they give it up in another 6 seconds? The 6 seconds is already done. And Abjack, great save. First killer's still there. There's a bump. Chronic's out of position. Miss couldn't get there in time. Over first killer. First killer was there. Miss hits it. It's a first killer, but Abject beats him. To Typical. Nolly's there. To Chronic. Abject. No boost, and Abject just hits it down, and Genji take down FaZe Clan in Game 7 to move to the semifinals. Genji have for sure got to be one of the best in it now. Dude, Genji, what a series, what a game, what a everything. Genji, I am so hyped. FaZe Clan did not give it to him easy, but still. Genji, great, one of the best, that is the best series. That was for sure the best series. Genji, get the upset, kinda, I guess, on FaZe Clan. I don't consider it, I consider it to an upset to some people, because a lot of FaZe fans, but I'm hyped. That's exactly what I wanted to win. Genji.
What a show defensively for Genji, and you know, generally the saying is defense wins championships. Well, it also gets you into the semifinals too.
Jack almost falling out of his chair at that last goal, knowing that they just sealed the fate of FaZe Clan. An excellent job overall by Genji, but such a close day overall. Swiss was hectic. Today was hectic, and I just don't think anybody can guess any more. I'm just thinking back to Chrome's interview.
Good job, Genji. All games, all series today going to a Game 7. Crazy. I mean, the only one that I think was expected was Space Station. Optic Energy was kind of 50-50. I think everyone had FaZe Clan going through.
Wow. You know, 28 games you purchased, chat. We gave you all 28 of them. Hope you're happy with you got bang for your buck on this broadcast. And my goodness, NA continues to be the tightest, most difficult region to compete in here. FaZe knocked out in Game 7 again. Or again as in Game 7 for the day. Not FaZe knocked out in Game 7 again. But you see what I'm saying. Daz, this one went the full distance. And big step up from Chronic, Noli, Abject. Every player got involved in this series.
That's right. I want to give a big shout out to Gibbs, though. Gibbs, he said, whoever won that Game 1 was gonna win the series, and he was absolutely right on that mark. Genji, they took that first game, so the Gibbs kind of mojo jojo ended up working. As we take a look at the highlights, listen, this one was a shootout, but at the end of the day, Genji proving that victory against G2 was no fluke. They come into the top 8 and they show up FaZe Clan in incredible fashion.
And how about the wild ride for Chronic too? Because I mean, he had so many highs and lows throughout that entire series, and when it mattered most, boy did he come through again. I absolutely love this roster.
It was just insane.
What a... I'm so hyped right now. So hyped. They get the revenge. I think Genji take the series. I think Genji take this tournament.
I don't even know where to start. Obviously, we won game 1, and you know that felt good. Like good start and then we kind of like we got a bit shaky. We conceded like 3 goals in a row. I own goal, then Nolly owned goal, although his wasn't as bad as mine. And I was just thinking,
Well,
I was like, I'm not having
we'll
a
end
good
in a
series.
second.
And then
We're just gonna get this interview
we
on through.
stepped up. Chronic played amazing, and we just kind of started, taking it from there. And I started to step up. I felt pretty good towards the end of the series, and yeah.
Was unexpected in day 1 of Swiss. You guys went 9-9. It wasn't a great day, but you survived. You take down a G2 and you make it here. So is that expected for a new team like you guys to have your on and off days? And now you obviously take down FaZe. So today was an on day, but you took 7, but you got it done. But were you expecting to have varied results throughout even day 1s in these tournaments?
I would like to sit here and say I'm fully confident in my team 100% of the time, but I'm a human. People have the wrong perception of pro players, thinking we're just like, we don't get phased. Of course, you have sometimes doubts, and I'm also trying to be realistic. So of course we can have our off days. We're a new team, still working on consistency, still working on our structure and figuring out what we want to do. For me personally, we played well today. We could have played better, and to beat FaZe whilst we still aren't, completely happy with the way we played is a great thing. And even to get through Swiss and beat G2 yesterday it's just, I can't believe it. I think you guys can see I'm a bit lost for words right now. I'm quite happy.
Well, we saw Noli putting him to sleep at the end of all that. You can't tell me that there wasn't some added emotion there to pull off that kind of performance against FaZe. Tell us exactly what that meant for you guys.
Like I said before, you guys can see it in our reactions, and you can see it in my, my voice is a bit shaky still now. It meant a lot to us, because we'd obviously played FaZe 3 times before this match, lost every single one of them quite handily, wasn't really close in any of them, and this just helps to make us realise we can do it. Against the teams we struggled against, doesn't matter, we can fix it, we can do it. And to get another top 4, I mean, let's be honest, in terms of major chances and just even doing well in each tournament, top 4 is incredible for this team. Yeah, it feels, I can't even describe it.
Jack, I got a couple questions for you. First one, how much water's left in that cup?
Right, so fun story, right? I got to game 7 and I started panicking because I had this much. I had this much left, and my mouth started getting drier because I was getting more and more nervous because of the game 7. Yeah, it's not good.
Well, listen, you had just enough. The way you be taking sips, you had just enough. Now, for the second question I have for you is, are you winning the whole thing tomorrow?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. We're playing well. I think we play Space Station 1, right?
Yep.
Yeah, we play Space Station, so I'm expecting them to, usually when you play a team and you lose against them, you come back stronger against them next time because you know what to expect. So I'm expecting a tough series. I think we're going to ride momentum, and I'm always believing in my team. I'm going to back us, yeah.
Jack, it was incredible watching you guys get that win there in Game 7. Congratulations. I'll let you go get some more water and
get
ready for tomorrow. Good luck
so
in the
much.
semifinals.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Take care.
All right, folks. Gen.G advancing over FaZe. The upset here. The devs predicted completely that FaZe would move forward. And Gibbs, we thought FaZe was going to fall apart at some point in the bracket. We thought it would happen in the semifinals, though, not in the quarters.
What a wild day, though. Like, obviously 28 games, but we saw in Regional 1 that the top 4 seeds in Swiss all won and made it to the top 4. Well, this time, the 2 3-0s, FaZe and Furia, both go home in the quarterfinals. You got to show up on the day, every day here. Gen.G in version 1 did just that. A lot of points on the line, a lot of points races. We'll talk more about that in the pre-show for tomorrow. But for Gen.G, again, 2 top 4s. That looks fantastic. Space Station also 2 top 4s. Both those teams looking great. On the other
With
side,
that being said, the Rlcs Day 2 is officially done. We have Gen.G Space Station version 1 and Energy moving on. Kind of a random bracket. Did not expect this. It happens. I'm going to go ahead and end it off. I appreciate everyone coming out. If you're still here, there's someone in here. So whoever you are, thanks for coming. Thanks for joining the stream.